Feels quiet. Good evening, Club Cult. Good evening. PB is trilling up a storm, saying, Club Cult, we miss you. So we must oblige the little lady. We must oblige the little lady. First, I think we have some welcomes to do in Discord. Oh, there you go, Discord. Good job. Welcome, Arif. Welcome, L. Welcome, X. You guys hop into the Discord. Please do not forget to green check them their rules so that I can reel you in offline. It's not magical. It's not automatic. There's no bot that does it. I like pressing buttons. Let a girl live to press buttons, please. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I think we need the phone charging cord. Or just take a slight sabbatical between PB and closet. Maybe we need it. My phone does not has the batteries. Audio source, microphone, good. That was annoying the other day. Unnecessary. Unnecessary conduct. Gunther, you ready for the spotlight? He's ready for the spotlight. Gunther's been very talkative tonight. I don't know what he's trying to talk about. He's very silly. We love him very much. Let me put up chat first. Oh, what am I looking for? Not that tab. Just tab. Alright, I'm gonna flip us over. We're gonna lose the audio for a sec.
Hopefully it will come back. Yes. Have the audios. And they're eating a secret saucer. I think perhaps. It's like a coffee.
Go see baby kids. Ma. That is true, Gunther. That is so. Well, hello. Hello, Stinker. Hello, Stinky. Hello, Stinky. You smell good. Gunther says hi, everybody. Your most beautiful green eyes. Such a pretty boy. You don't want to dance? It's okay. You don't have to dance. You're mildly annoyed with me, but you like the attention. Okay. Have your fancy boy chair. Or don't. Grab a robe. It's chilly. Chilly outside. I forgot to look at the weather on my phone before I put the stream up. It's gonna storm really bad either tomorrow or Monday. Welcome, Cygenics. Gunther is a little baby. Will you let me hold you like a baby? I don't know if we've tried that. Tried it for pill time. Gunther is not a cooperative baby. He says, Mom, shut the fuck up and get out of here. I love you, buddy. He is just a baby. It's part of my motivation to get the closet all sorted out so there's room for the zoo to actually go in it. Again, if we have sirens, I don't know what I'm going to do with Ringo. Ringo won't go downstairs. I'm assuming they say go in the bathroom, but I've never had to do that because we have, what's it called? Basements mostly in the Midwest. If you want attention, I don't know what you want. Boop, boop, boop. I know at my grandma's house, she didn't have a basement, and we went into the hallway when there was sirens. So I just take Ringo into the hallway, I guess. Because the bathroom doesn't sound safe. There's glass in the mirror, and there's glass in the window, and I don't have, like, a thick shower curtain. What? You ankle biting? You ankle biting? You just bit my ankle. Like, barely. It was a love bite, but... Oh. Gunther, you want some love time? It's a little chilly by you. Sub-60s SoCal problems. It was about the same here. We had similar weather. That's kind of crazy. Do you want lap time? Bring it in. Bring it in. Gunther's just been kind of out of sorts today. I think today he's kind of like realizing that there's nobody coming in from the other room. He's been kind of clingy today. Hi. Oh, just a lover boy. Like, he doesn't necessarily want to be close, he just wants to be paid attention to. Do. Give those bunny kicks. Give those bunny kicks. Arr. Gunther is kind of on par with Tank with playing like this. He's a little rough. You got a zassy tail. I'm coming in for a lap. You're so silly. You like the concept of lap. You got your tail all kerfuffled. Oh my goodness. He's floofing out the base of his tail. Why? He's floofing his tail like he's upset. Slightly, not as much as it could floof. I've never seen a cat get stimulated in that way. Like, he's not mad, he's not scared. Peony does that sometimes a little bit, but I just assumed that was like static electricity. He does like sweats for lap time. He's like, Mom, you're not wearing pants. It's upsetting. Foof. Oh, you want to show me how you want love? You want some cheeks? Gunther's so smart. He shows you how he wants love. Now you want some head? Don't we all? Which one's next? Some cheeks. He's so smart. You're so smart. No, I don't have a good kitty hammock for you. I could just pull you into my robe. That would be nice. Why are you foofing? I don't know what's happening. PB is hollering. She wants mommy time. And she wants club cult time. But I don't understand what it... Look at this beaver tail. It's thick. What is happening? What is happening? Do you favor one cheek over the other? He usually goes for this one, which is his right. He likes his right cheek. Buddy, why are you overstimulated right now? I don't think it's something to worry about, but I want to understand. Ah, ah, is the funniest sound. Ah, ah. My cat Twinkie used to go, Nerf, Nerf, Nerf. He would meow like he's saying Nerf, 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 Nerf. It was so funny. I hope the day has been kind to you so far. Oh, the weekend's been kind to you. My brain doesn't want to understand that it's a weekend day. I don't know. I don't know what day it is. It's Catterday. So we put some fucking carrots. It's getting cozy. Now you've been paperweighted. They're so like light though. If this was an exercise, it could be done. He's a petite little boy. You are a petite little boy. You let me pick your nose earlier. He let me pick his nose. You can pick your friends. You can pick your friend's nose. And sometimes, you can pick your friends. You can pick your nose. And sometimes you can pick your friend's nose. Only sometimes, though. Right? See, yeah, sometimes we don't like that. Sometimes we don't like that. Hi. Is your tail calming down? His tail is calm now. I don't know what just happened. Like, Tank gets overstimulated, but I've never seen him foof. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen Tank's tail foof out. Tank has never felt threatened. What a beautiful life Tank lives. We snuggled earlier. He was very, very cuddly. I last took a big nap with him one of the days that Voya was in the hospital. And he was extra snuggly with that. And he's been very extra snuggly. I don't know if he just knows or in his tail. Or if he's coming into his next era of love. Tank is leveling up. Who's that Pokemon? Tank. Never picked your friend's nose, although it's due to lack of interest on your part, I think. I can't say I've ever picked my people friends' noses. I pick a lot of puppy and kitty friend noses. But that's only because they don't have thumbs to, you don't usually pick your nose with your thumb, but you know what I mean. They don't have thumbs to pick their nose themselves. I love you. You're okay, buddy. Can we hold on to this for game time? Because mommy's phone doesn't have a lot of battery, and PB is. She's the thriller tonight. Pretty sure he's initiating some of your emotions. Animals are pretty perceptive to that stuff. I think so. Some of the zoo is less perceptive than others. Like, Ringo and Chauncey were gay best friends. They were little gay boy friends. And when Chauncey wasn't here anymore, Ringo didn't really care. Like, he sniffed his bed and was like, there should be something here. But he didn't react in the same way as Pibby. Diesel didn't give a fuck. Pibby mourned hard. Munster was upset when Chauncey was gone. Charlie was a little out of sorts when Munster passed away. But no one was extra clingy with me with that one. Except for Voya, but Voya was always extra clingy. Let's see. Kid has been extra lovey. Chong has been extra lovey. Marbles has been extra demanding. But I think that's just because we have such an influx of girls versus boys now, and she's like, I'm not the only lady. There's too many girls. You must remember I am the first. I think in a way Tank kind of knows. They were street buddies. They were little street friends. I've been reposting day by day, or I'm going to be, and I have been posting throwbacks day by day of Voya onto his Instagram. And at some point in August, we'll come across his origin story. Those will be cool posts. And at some point in that process, because he came by in like a February, and he came in when he was injured in August. So at some point from February to August of 2020, there's a clip that I have of 3 of the outdoor cats eating together. Asshole Jones, who I'm pretty sure was Tank, and Voya. But Voya was waited in back until the raccoons were eating, and he would eat with the raccoons because he was a little weirdo. But I'm pretty sure I have Tank on camera from that. I'm pretty sure. And I'm looking forward to when that clip comes back around and I'll be able to see, like, was that Tank? Because I think it was him. I don't remember exactly. I was never able to approach that cat, but I think it was Tank. I think. I mean, of course, in my head, I want them to have been street buddies. But I'm pretty sure it was Tank. It was Asshole Jones, Voya, and I think Tank. It was some kind of predominantly white, somewhat tabby cat, that's what Tank is. Tank is a tabaco. He's fancy. He has an orange splooch on his butt. I love you, baby. We're just going to bed now, Gunther. Ow. No. Hi. He looks like he's trying to tell me something. What is he trying to tell me? Don't know. Ow. It hurts to get down on the floor, but it feels so good to stretch out on the hard floor. Oh! Slobber shake. Shake it up, baby. Twist and shout. Twist and shout. That was gross. I got slobber all over me. Thank you, Heather. Your tail is foofing again. What is this? Hi. I don't understand. Maybe it's static electricity. But it calmed down in my lap. But this is like velour. It's like old people tracksuit material. You just let me poke you in the eye. It was awkward. Okay, got there. Uppy. I just put my face in your ass. That was unpleasant. Why is his tail doing this? Guys, I got to see this. It's crazy. Look at it. It's like a beaver tail right now. It's supposed to be smooth, Gunther. Why are you foofing up a storm? He says, I don't know. That's what he says. Gunther, PB is itching for mama time. You stinky boy. I love you, Curly Noodle. We need to sweep, don't we? Yes, we do. I did like a basic sweeping, but obviously did not get under the chair. You're so zazzy. Oh my goodness. Big zazzy. Here, let me get the 0.5 camera. Gunther, come back. Look at this tail. It's huge. What are you on about? What is this? I'm Googling why. Arr. 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 That hurts so much, Gunther. My hands are gonna be bloody. It is the floofening. I don't understand why he's never gotten overstimulated like this before. Gunther, it's okay. Arr, 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 arr. You're funny little big head. You're funny. Foof. Talk about the foofening. Sheesh. It did bit my ankle again. Gunther. You're an ankle biter. Let me put this up. I'm consulting Google really quick. I don't know. I don't think it's anything bad, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It is not even the strangest Google search in this stream. Oh my god. I was uploading my VOD to YouTube last night and I left my computer open for it. Boy, I watched me sleep. It was nice. It was nice. Cat's tail is fluffed. It's fluffed up without. Cat's tail is fluffed up when happy. There we go. Consulting Reddit, not AI. The cats I've ever known only puff up their tail for when they're angry or scared, but my new kitty seems to floop up his tail, usually just the tail, when he gets extremely happy, excited, or lovey-dovey. Is this a common thing? Am I reading his body language correctly? Is my kitty broken in the most adorable way possible? Now he's in bed licking his ass, so I think we're good. When mine puffs up her tail and she's chasing treats or starts to play, feeling the tail poof is adrenaline related rather than linked to fear or anger. If the tail poop is combined with flat ears, hard biting, or really wide eyes, or unhappy noises, that you might be misreading. Otherwise, it's probably just a quirk. So Gunther is evolving along with Tank. Who's that Pokemon? Guntheroo! Mine does that too, is odd at first. Mine gets a twitchy tail when she's excited. That Charlie has the rattlesnake tail. Charlie has it, Marbles has it. Who else has it? PB has it a little bit. She had it when she first came in, not so much anymore. My cat does this when she gets excited to play. She starts purring furiously, and just the base of her tail gets super puffed up. So it must be like an adrenaline trigger thing. This is the messy side of things. We almost never see the command center from this angle because this is my shit pile. The pasty wrappers I didn't even throw away. I just threw there. Water bottle, paint, props, everything. Hello, Narnia. Hello, library. Narnia book it's doing good work. Maybe by tomorrow, instead of East of Eden, we'll add the Norton Anthology of American Literature, which I can confidently say I have never opened this book in my life. When my aunt and uncle got divorced, my niece and nephew's parents, it's a $19 book. It was originally 34 cents, then it was $19. And I got a whole bunch of really cool random books, and this was one of them. I have no idea what this is about. Welcome to Matt Topher. Do you really have this book, or are you joking? What is it about? Novellas that increase the unsurpassed. This is kind of too fragile, actually, to be the next one. I'll have to use East of Eden. Novellas that increase our unsurpassed list and works. Oh, it's just a bunch of stories together. It's American literature from 1865 to 1914. There's American literature from 1914 to 1945. Is that where the band name came from? As I Lay Dying from William Faulkner. Then American prose since 1945. and American poetry since 1945. I would guess the poetry is towards the end. Should I read you guys a poem? Oh. I opened up to a page that I'm trying to find the words to explain. The poem I opened up to was The Heaven of Animals. And if I read that, I'll cry like a bitch. We're gonna put a bookmark in that. Bookmark is pasty. Let's look for a different poem. They're all so long. Core. This one sounds fun. Something about a lady and goat men. Core. As I was walking, I came upon, chance walking, the same road upon. As I sat down, by chance to move later, if and as I might. Light the wood was, light and green, and what I saw, before I had not seen. It was a lady, accompanied by goat men, leading her. Her hair held earth, her eyes were dark. A double flute made her move. Oh, love, where are you leading me now? Goat men. 2 words. Oh, this is skinny pages, like Bible pages. Wow. They worked really hard to get a lot of literature into one book. My goodness. If they used regular paper, it would be twice as thick. That's crazy. Like double. That's how big it would be if they used regular pages. Holy shit! Bible ain't got nothing on that. You really do? No way. English 102? Well, if you ever need a backup copy. If you want to retake the course. You wish you had kept some of your old books. Most of the time when you read something, you send it off, either the trade-in for a used bookstore or donate to the library. I mean, that's very nice to do, but I kind of like being a hoarder with books. I like it. I very much appreciate that I didn't get rid of many of them over the years. Some movies and games I got rid of that I kind of regret, but I like having these. I like my library. Took some other reading, writing classes too. Damn. So, the Matt Topher, you're our literature consultant now. You're being put on the Club Cult payroll. It pays nothing but a smile and a token of my appreciation. That's awesome. Do you have a literature? I can't even say words. Do you have a literature degree? I'm curious. Or was it just something that you had to take? It's not this one, it's the Norton Anthology of English Literature. Oh. Damn Brit. We're American in here. American. Honestly, the English one is probably better. Is Goatman a shepherd or some sort of goat-human hybrid? I don't know. That's a good question. It's a very good question. The poem was Core. Core poem. What are the goat men? In Robert Creeley's poem Core, the goat men are mythological satyr-like figures representing lust, nature, and forces of the underworld, aka the god Pan, accompanying the lady. That's what AI says. I like keep hard copies of coffee table books. Hardbacks are worth keeping though, because they keep well. These, I mean, I don't know how much he opened this, but I've never opened it, and it looks pretty beat up. I know he doesn't have a literature degree. He's pretty well educated, but in like a manic psychotic sense. I don't know. Crazy people are smart. That's why I'm so smart. At least the pay is good. Hey, you're signed into payroll now. Are you claiming 0 or 1 on taxes? Just kidding. The government can't take. They can take everything from me but my smiles. A literariation degree. Yes, that. It was degree was the word that I struggled with. degree. So you're just smart with everything. You took English classes, you majored in math. The fuck? That's why I'm so dumb. You took all the smart for that. There was none left for me. I want to read the animal one later. I won't make you guys deal with me crying reading it now. Secondary was in math. Okay, you guys are in charge of all of my numbers now. Because I shouldn't be. I am, but I shouldn't be. Took literature of the American Southwest, but not general American lit. I mean, how important is American literature anyway? We're such a baby country. Like, we've only been around for how many hundreds of years? Other territories, countries, places have been around for thousands. Is what we have really that important? It's not that developed. It's underdeveloped literature. I want one more sip of coffee. And then PB beckons. She beckons. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. I like this song. I'm gonna save that to either put on Spotify in the closet or with PB. I don't know if this will conk up for a second. I want to check my battery. I don't actually know what happens when I move outside of that. Oh, it just blacks out. Okay. We have 45 battery. We're good for some PB time. And then I'll have to charge it up again before we go down to the closet. It's gonna seem like I'm stagulating, and maybe I am, but ugh, we don't have enough battery for it. Can't do it. We've accomplished so many atrocities in a short time. What makes us amazing? That's true. That light switch doesn't turn that on. Is that dumb? This light switch has to be on for this one to turn it on or off, but this one won't just turn it on if the other switch is off. I think I've complained about that on stream before. I'm having flashbacks. Oh, PB, do you want to do things? PB wants to do things. You 1 sec to make this a safe zone. PB's been having bedroom time. I posted a little clip on the Wild World of Serena. I don't think I put it on Club Cult Discord yet. But PB was playing with Pippi the other night, and she was chewing on her ankles, and it was funny. PB wants bedroom time. She says, this was my old stomping grounds. This is where I first spawned. You lived in a tent. You were homeless. Chongfoof. Custom content. Where's your favorite little toy in here? Where did Mommy put it? Up here. Peebers. It's going to be very distractible for a moment. It's quality, not quantity of time. True. It's very true. Look at your long little tail. Oh, Pippi licked Voya's bowls and moved them. I've pretty much tidied everything up, but I'm not ready to put these away yet. Just not. Where you going? I don't think the boys are ready for another sister right now. Slavka already tortures them. Bloop. She's my little explorer. What you doing, Peebs? Let's let her get her jollies out by exploring the world. Oh, she's gonna go all the way back and around and pop out under the TV. So many cords back there. I'm not confident about like having her out fully until she understands the space. No free butts, but I know you gotta go make sure your room is still there. I don't think she can. If she like panicked and really tried to, I think she could get under the doors. What do you have? There's literally nothing there. GG's. Okay. But I don't think she has any desire to go under them. We can still see you in the mirror, dummy. Hello, tiny princess.
What's your favorite toy?
It broke off of the boy's spinner toy. Assumption of the switches is bad wiring. Oh, I'm sure. I tried to do a single pole double throw switch, but messed it up. Probably. This house is well put together in its bones, but I have a feeling the old lady that I bought it from, her and her husband and family, whatever, lived here for a good chunk of years. They didn't build it. I think I'm the third family to live in this house. But her husband or male partner, the man of the house, did a lot of goofy renovations in here, like the Bermuda Triangle downstairs. And it just doesn't quite make sense. It's very like, you know what you're doing safety wise, but like, is it actually how things should be done for brains to understand them? No. And those light switches are one of those things. Get all your yayas out. You're very zazzy today. Wide angle peeps. Do 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 do. When she does anything, I hear that viral sound of just do 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 in a childish voice in my head. I used it for one of her little reels on Instagram. And then I think that's all her head says. It's just do 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 do. She cracks me up. It said not today. It said try again tomorrow. She will be more deserving then. That's okay. We appreciate the thought. It's the thought that counts. I don't have my new menu set up anyway yet. Because I'd like to put a phone number on it, but I need the phone number to be set up first, and I haven't had time to do that. Do, 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 do. What are you doing? You can still see you in the mirror. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. She's weird about going on the bed though. She's not too bed explorative. She explored the bed last night and then she peed on my comforter. So there's no comforter on my bed right now. I get the blanket, but I need to get another comforter to put up there. PB, I think, is going to have to wear a diaper when she is a lady of the house because she is a tinklehead. There's nothing medically causing her to do that. She's just one of those cats. I feel like that happens with female cats more than male cats. Bed equals big litter box. Apparently. I don't know. I heard her playing around and then I turned around and she was squatting and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you? Are you joking me? That I think you're going to have to start to wear a diaper when you're out and about. Because that was not good choices. Not all the time, but just when she's out and about. You tinkle on stuff. I love you. You can do whatever you want, but I don't really want my house covered in cat pee, friend. Next time I go to PetSmart, I'm going to find little tiny diapers, like for little chihuahuas, and see if one will fit her and how well she'll tolerate it. I would assume it's just like muzzle training. Like you try it for like 2 seconds first and then go to like 3 seconds and then 4 seconds. Like it's just a slow process.
You're gonna have to wear a diaper to be a lady of the world, though, because you're a tinklehead. You're a tinklehead. Look at her little gremlin pose. I don't think PB's a cat. I don't know what she is. I don't think she's a cat. I think she's gonna end up being like a horse, where horses have like barn names, but then also like their show names or like their on paper names. So PB's on paper name I think is going to officially be Java the Honey. Java the Honey. Like Java the Hun, but Java the Honey. And I think I'm just gonna end up calling her Peebs and PB most of the time. Because that's what I'm used to. I like calling her Peebs. It fits her for whatever reason. But you need a fancy show name too. You need a cooler name than just 2 letters. And you are a pretty baby. But I like Java the Honey. Both of them fit her personality. I can't pick between either of them. You have a camping related story regarding tinkling? I think we all do, but I would be very interested in yours. Oh no, is there poison ivy involved? I have concerns. Phoebe has not a concern in the world, but I have concerns. Don't eat the feathers. You can play with them, you can chew on them, you can't eat them. Ew, look how slobbery that is. It's wet. Like, give it back. Give it back. Give it back, Mom. Give it back. You're so silly. Take it. What shall you do with it if I just give it to you? She uses her little feet like hands. It's amazing. She's a little raccoon. Just like voya like that. Buddies and you were camping and drinking, and you finished the day and went to bed in a tent. One friend woke you up at 4 a.m. saying, "There's raccoons eating the food out of our coolers. Oh no!" They do be doing that, though. You're so silly. Did they eat all the food? When I was in Girl Scouts, we went camping, and raccoons got into the butter that we left out from when we made popcorn the night before. We woke up and there was raccoon prints in the butter. Those dang rakins. What's it doing? Our troop leaders chastised us for it, but it's like, you guys are the adults. You should have known. It was on you to prevent the butter stepping, not on us. They're like, yeah, I guess you guys don't get butter with your toast this morning. Hang on, girlfriend. Hi. Askaska. 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 Where you going? I'm a bunny. You think you're so sneaky? Come here on the bed. Try bed. Phoebe. Oh, she's doing a scritching. She's doing a scritching. Good job, girlfriend. Good job. You can do it. You're allowed to go on the bed. I know it's bigger than you, but beds are for kitties. Beds are for kitties. Beds are for kitties. You're very awake and sober state. You told them that we needed to pee in a circle around the campsite to ward them off. You woke up and resumed drinking and hydrating so you could defend the perimeter. Did it work? Did you mark your territory well? Oh my goodness. You spent the rest of the night feeding the fire and making noise until daybreak. Then you thought, now you can sleep. And then the rowing team showed up to practice in the lake. What a relaxing and peaceful night you had. What was the point of peeing around the perimeter if you were just going to stay awake and defend the territory that way, though? I feel like you guys just needed an excuse to do a girly style bathroom break together. I don't think the pee deterred them. It was probably just you guys being awake and making noise. PB says hi. You can't expect Junkside to explain that. Okay, fair. The brain had turned off for the night. That I can relate to. I mean, it was a valiant effort. But I feel like the two together were overkill. Could have just chosen one or the other. But it was an interesting thought process. What are you doing? What's he doing? Oh, that's a good girl. Okay, she taking her prey and she taking it into bed. Do not pee in my bed. Do not pee in my bed today. Please. Thank you. Oh, see, like right now her tail is a little bit foofed. Because she's all excited about everything. It's thicker than the usual. That was so weird with Gunther. I've never seen him do that. I wonder if him and Zeke are trying to figure out the new like pecking order. And if he was feeling kind of boisterous. Gunther's not very dominant, but he's used to Voya being in charge. You're so silly and cute. Do 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 do. That's all your brain says. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, I got stuck on the blanket. There. Is he gonna get it? Is he gonna get it? She acts like the bed is 30 feet tall. Like, how will I ever get up there and sneak up on my prey? Girlfriend. There you go. PB, you gotta pee in a circle around the bed to defend against raccoons. Oh god, please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Please no. Please no. I will defend us. I will not pee, but I will defend us. You need not be in charge of the defense. You are all of, what did you weigh today? I think she weighed 2,148 grams. What would Polish for peanut butter be? Oh, that's a good question. Google Translate. What do you think of that? I'm going to lose chat for a second while I Google this. What is Polish for peanut butter? Go. It's a boop. It's a boop. I don't know. Learn. Oh, I don't know how to say this. The Polish translation for peanut butter is Maslow Orzechui? Those words. Specifically, Orzechi Zieme? Now I'm making that too Swedish. Orzechi Ziemne. Orzechi Ziemne. Pronunciation of the original term. Maswo. Oh, the S and the L with a line in it make a swo sound. Maswo Ozehoven. Maswo Ozehoven. I sounds like I'm saying, Ma, expose the oven. And I don't think that's a good name. Oh my goodness. I can call her Zika. That's Polish for crazy girl. Or Flicka. Like my friend Flicka. I like Java the Honey. I feel like that fits her. It's a silly name. She's a good silly girl names. I believe very firmly in strong names, but PB gets silly names. She's just a little do 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 do, and she needs a silly name. Oh, hello. It's a good girl. Yeah, what's in the oven? Exactly. PB, no. No. That's where she peed earlier. Not earlier, yesterday. Well, technically earlier. It was early this morning. PB. Peebs. I feel like she's looking for a tinkle spot. Peebs. 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 Come here, you little squirrel. Come here, you little squirrel. Be so zoomy. If you have to pee pee, we'll pee pee in your box. And she's like, no. You can't tell me what to do. You can't tell me what to do. She stepped on you guys. Don't pee in the bed. Don't pee in the bed. Peebs. Don't play with the outlet. Jesus Christ. Have a baby, they said. It'll be fun, they said. It's one of those words that Google Translate might not do well with as a fusion word. Oh, that's true. Oh, I broke chat. PB. Don't pee. I can only fix so much at once. Polish is a weird language. You have to and a lot. It's very unnatural for the American tongue. Aw, say hi, bear. Say hi, bear bear. Boop. Don't pee. Don't pee. Don't pee. Okay, good girl. You gotta go Tinkies, use your box for that. Java the honey. She does look like she's looking for a pee place. She looks very like she's on a mission for something. And that mission is either play or tinkles. I really don't want to have a litter box in my bedroom, and I sound like my dad saying that, but if we need to have one in here, we will. But I prefer not to, because Pippi likes to eat the chocolate. Oh my god, what? Did you just unplug? What the fuck? My light just turned on and off. Is it dying? This one is old. I've had this ring light since, oh my god, like 2017 or 2018. Did it just stop working? And check the plug. Maybe PB knocked the plug. What happened there, lady? At least it didn't break earlier while I was filming. That would have sucked. PB was talking about PB and Zeke were talking the whole time while I was filming, and it was horrible. It's horrible. A 10-minute video took 25 minutes to film, approximately. I think it was like 24:37. Or just pause. They're talking, like freeze. They're talking, and then they stop, and then continue, and then freeze because they're talking, and then continue. It was so much. It was so much. You're behind the TV. Hello, I love you. I don't know where this light plugs in though. Where's the power cord for this? Which power strip? Peebs.
is this plugged into? Baby, you gotta get out of that part, honey. It's hard to do without light. Seizure warning strobe light, I guess. I don't know. Where is this plugged into? Excuse me, mommy. And then it wraps around there. What the I have terrible cord management. Where'd you go? Don't pee in places. Peebs. Peebs! Oh, you're over here. I don't know where this is plugged in. Bear with me for a moment, Club Cold. Problem solving. Okay, back to cord tracing. Every time I move it, maybe the base of it is wearing out. I don't know. It's where the whole of it is. And then it continues to. There's that one. It was kind of coming unplugged. Like just ever so slightly. I think it might be wearing out at the top where the plug connects to it though. I don't know. We're just gonna let it live its best ring light life. That was weird. That was spooky. What are you doing with your little butt? I know, I moved this and now it's all confusing. You walking on that is probably not helpful. Bunch of mouthy kitties indeed. They both wanted playtime, but it's like, oh my god, this is my playtime, please. 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 It's a back and forth. It's a back and forth. It's a back and forth. Peebs. PB. I like how I think I can tell her like she's a dog or something. Peebs. If you gotta go tinky, you gotta go in your box. She's so fast. I think she's the fastest cat in the house. Do not pee on the gourds. Where are you? Peebers. Your stupid little face. You're so funny, honey. You're so funny. You're so silly. Are you playing or are you scritching? Come on, mama. I think I blockaded her in there. I don't know what the fuck to do with this bag now. Save it, I guess. Maybe PB likes pine litter. Maybe I'll try it for her. Maybe she has like a litter aversion thing. I feel like pine is more comfortable for them to step in anyway. She's so curious about everything. Problem with cord management is when you need to change something. Yes. I don't purposefully run them like shitty, but I run them in an order of operations. So that no. Hold on. Come here. Come here. Litter box. Litter box. Litter box. No interest in litter box. Peeves. That's a no-go zone. No, you're scratching again. Are you gonna tinkle on the floor? What is wrong with you? Like there's nothing wrong with you. You're perfect. But if you're gonna get dead set on tinkles, then we have to go back in your room until we have you diaper trained. She's so proud of herself. I don't know. My cord management is just laying things out. Don't eat a carpet fiber. in the order of operations. So like it's easier to unplug my mic, for instance, than it is to get to the lights. Baby girl, you're worrying me. But it does make for a very complicated mess. You're looking for somewhere to pee. Come on. You're not gonna pee in my bed again. All right, Stinky. We need to be local to your litter boxes. Because you're being a goose. You're not in trouble. Come here. We just gotta go to the familiarity zone. Come on. Come on. Okay, when you're done behind the TV, let me know. Let me know. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. It was a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. Could make it look all organized and nice and tucked away, which is nice when everything is working as it should. Yes, I mean it doesn't look bad. It's just a mess behind everything. Come on, Peebs. Come on, Peebs. There we go. Crazy lady. Peebee, the pee-pee head. Welcome, Za. Better than Jurassic Park. Fuck yeah, it is. These dinosaurs are manageable to scale of size. Come on. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, she still got out. Go fetch the baby. Fetch our child. Come here, Stinky. Please. Come on. Come here, Stinky.
Like most African creatures, the rhino loves a mud bath.
Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Cheater.
Besides.
You were fast as fuck. Come on. Please.
For charging rhino, but you also gotta stay out of the way of a mud-bathing rhino. Well, I'm already muddy, so I might as well get
Oh my goodness.
She just looks so happy.
Nope, 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 nope. You're so lucky you're small. Otherwise, this would not work. The face of naughty. She just like full zooms around the whole room. No, you cannot return me to the shackles of my kingdom. Baby girl, you don't pee on my bed. We must return to the shackles of the kingdom until you are diaper trained. She's been doing really good in here and not needing like the covers and pads that I've had out, which is good. I don't know. Maybe it has to do with that she's not spayed yet. Like she's trying to mark her territory. Sometimes females do spray, but spraying position and peeing position are two different positions, and she is definitely peeing. I don't know. I don't know. It's probably as much as we all want to hear about kitty tinkies, though. Fair. I'm tired of hearing about kitty tinkies. What are you doing, Goob? You gonna get some drinkies now? You're gonna fill up your tank? I have a third. What's it called? Stainless steel box from the kittens, and then I just need to scrub it out from Guy Fieri using it. Hi, the baby girl. I'll probably try and set up a pine litter box for her in here as well. Maybe it's just, I really feel like she's just having litter box aversion because her tummy has been so upset for so long. I mean, how would you guys feel at life if you were shitting your pants from January to April? Like, it's 4 months of a lot of discomfort. A lot of discomfort. Cat spray is too powerful. When I first adopted Gunther, he sprayed on the front door, and it took like 10, 15 scrubs, enzyme cleaner, to get it all as much off as I possibly can.
dogs can't do anything close. No, dog spraying is annoying, but it's not as bad as cat spray. I have a good story about that. Tell me your story. Tell me your tales. Phoebe's in bed waiting for story time. Well, couch, but bed. Bed, couch. Bouch. That cord is too high. You can't reach that. You ditched me, Phoebe. She's trying to jump up to the charge cord on the tripod. Ow. 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 Come here. She uses me as a transport vessel. I don't think I actually exist to her. Dude. Oh, you got your toy on. That's what you're obsessed with right now. You silly. You're what the I had Kick Chat open. My phone opened Twitch. I don't know what happened here. Ow! You just dug your nails into me. I love you, but ow. Ow, she scratched me good. Girl. Shared a place with 3 people. These dudes used the bathroom for hours, never to end up emptying one of the plastic drawer shelves from Target and utilizing it. It was bad, but it worked in a pinch. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I mean, when you gotta go, right? I think that's how that comes about. She's so stealthy in the window. Stealth. Stealthy peeps. Can you see her? I can't. She's invisible. Little tail. Is it bad that you kept the shelf? I mean, if it's sanitized, probably no. I think moments like that, it all comes down to feeling. Like in your soul, you either feel that it's still dirty after cleaning or you know that it's clean. There are some things I've tried to clean and just end up throwing away because it just feels like it's still dirty, even though I've scrubbed and scrubbed and scrubbed. It feels tainted. But then other things, it's like, okay, this was disgusting, but I scrubbed it out and it's fine. It's a personal feeling. I wonder what she's thinking as she stares into the curtain. I wonder too, is she watching outside and thinking that she's the most hidden stealthy ninja? Or is she thinking that she's completely invisible and has superpowers? What is going on in her head other than do 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 do? You can't see me. I'm invisible. I'm invisible. She's like, no, Mom, I'm invisible. I'm invisible. I'm invisible. I can't see me. I can't see me. I can't see me. She's purring. She's laying on her side right now and purring and just letting me basically jerk off her leg. Are we holding hands now? Aw. Hello. You exist again. Welcome back to the world. Welcome back. Hi. I love you. I love you. Aw, now she's all tuckered out from being so naughty. She's all tuckered out. You still didn't pee, though. You almost peed in my bed, but you still didn't pee. You need to go to the bathroom appropriately. Otherwise, you're going to wear diapers and ask Pippi. It's kind of embarrassing. Not for me, but for you. Just kidding. They'll be her princess pants. That's what we can call them. I would very much agree with that. I think every other cat thinks that they're a super spy or superhero. They have that ego, that complex, that pure belief that it's so hard for humans to find and hold on to, that they are just immaculate greatness. I want to be a cat.
Your other bathroom stories consist of somehow getting stuck in hotel bathrooms at anime conventions and getting free breakfast for everyone for a stay. How do you get stuck in a hotel bathroom? Oh my god. Is that something your friends can break you out of, or did you have to call the front desk? Oh no. Oh no. Not just cat, puts on cape. Gunther needed a superhero cape earlier. I'm gonna go man the tripod, be my camera girly. I would love to put a GoPro on her. She's so little though. A spy cape. Like, is that so? Is a spy cape the invisibility cloak from Harry Potter? That's what she does while we're trying to nap, by the way. She goes up to the window, boop, 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 does her thing, boop, 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 uses me as a launch pad like in Quake to jump up onto the window, and yeah. She's not the most snuggly for nap time. She's the most snuggly in the morning. She just uses me. She uses me as a vessel. I always had to call the guy to unjam the lock. Oh god, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know how I would be able to handle that. I'm proud of you for being able to handle that situation. And like not panic. I would panic. Whenever I'm traveling anywhere, I generally have Pippi with me. And I would probably just be crying through the door, calling to Pippi like, go get help, Lassie. Go get the front desk. Go help. Go get help. Mommy got stuck in the bathroom. Call for help. Superhero game? No superhero game.
Sounds like we've got some creature adventure.
If I was PB right now.
You like best?
Come here. See, I call you up and then you're just going to jump over me and jump into the window. Or just walk away from me because I'm not exciting. If you want kibbles instead. Kibbles are better than mom. Now we're using potty box. Good job! Nope. We moved on to the next one. That makes me think it's litter box version 2 because she goes in between the two and like fusses and then she finally goes. And I don't blame her. If the bathroom always caused you discomfort, you wouldn't like it either.
So that's dogs, jackals, and foxes.
What you doing, Stinky? Don't do what I think you're about to do. Peebs, Peebs, no, Peebs, Peebs. And you're so fast that I can't just scoop you into the litter box. Litter box. We have a blanket casualty. Your Serena will resume presence momentarily once I walk to the laundry bin. Java, well, honey, my little bunny.
Let's get adventuring. Wild cats and wild dogs. Come on! Okay, Chatbot, you know what to do. Operation Dog and Cat Capture Unleashed. How about this? Whatever we find first, what we adventure with today. Okay, you're on. Yes, it's dogs! Oh no! Wild dogs. All back. That's why I love wild dogs. They run in a big pack. They have fun together. Come on, let's hop in the Creterra. You really wrecked it, remember? Right. Oh yeah.
Good girl. Good job. Good job. Good girl.
Know how to cool off after a long run in the Savannah sun. They pant
Good girl.
take their tongues out to release the heat and cool their body temperature. Plus, with a drink from the watering hole, it's a great way for them to beat the heat. African wild dogs are so great. I really need an African wild dog power suit.
I got my mobile invention kit all set up, and I'm getting a jump
Kiwi's
start
taking 1,000-year key, and then I'll be in.
like Haley.
I don't want to open the door and disturb her. I don't even know if you guys can hear me.
Have in common. One, sensitive nose with great sense of smell, like the dingo. Two, claws for gripping and digging, like the bat-eared fox. Three,
Good job.
Did anything come out? The tiniest tinkle.
vocalizations, like the Arctic.
She's already got drops on the blanket. Let's try this. Let's clean up her boxes and see if that makes any difference in her feelings for the rest of the night. I was doing them twice a day, and then she was doing a little bit better with her issues. And then she's started up with it apparently as of yesterday, again today. So let's tidy those and then let my phone charge a little bit before we go down in the closet. Little peebs. You can't just tinky on stuff. I really think it's a combination of litter box aversion, and I talked to my vet about this. And so with people, like if you're straining to go to the bathroom number 2 a lot, you tend to fuck up your pelvis, like all of the muscles in there, because they become trained to strain instead of just allowing you to freely go, and that affects how you urinate as well. And I think in her case, she's been straining so long to go potties because her tummy is just not healing up the way that it should, despite everything that we're doing. Little baby stinky peanut. And I think it's a combination of litter box aversion, and it's probably like kind of uncomfortable to go pee. There's not really many studies that have been done on pelvic floor disorders in cats. There's not too much research that's done with cats compared to dogs and people anyway. Dogs get a lot more research than cats. I think we're like 15 years behind in research comparing like dog health issues to cat health issues. Cat health issues are like 10 to 15 years behind everything that we know about dogs. But cats are stubborn. It's hard to study them. It's a baby girl. And they're also unique too. I mean, there's a lot of like mental stuff that goes into their behaviors. But I think she is associating it with like an uncomfortable place, and she feels uncomfortable going, which is probably why she runs around and then wants to go at random, like on my bed. You poor baby. So once her tummy is settled, her pee-pee issues should be settled, but I do want to start diaper training her as soon as we can, just in case we need to do that as like a lifelong thing. And maybe she has some IBS components. I don't know. My dad's cat Nermal had IBS, and he just went around the house shitting his pants, which isn't funny, but like you gotta laugh, otherwise you're crying. He couldn't help it; it would just come out. And I think for PB, as far as the peepees, it's all of a sudden it's I gotta go, and it's just gonna come out finally comfortably in those moments, like when you gotta go, you gotta go. You were stuck in an elevator once? Oh God, that's my biggest fear. I'm so sorry. It's the only time you felt at the mercy of others. How long were you? I don't even know if I want to ask this question. How long were you stuck? Elevators scare me. Your evil diet pills finally shipped. Why are they evil? No rest for the Z-MILF indeed. Laundry always got Phoebes. Just ran into the tripod. The laundry always got to be laundried. Is cat yoga a thing? Not necessarily, but I have been doing some research into if she does like belly rubs. So like if any like a massage of her tummy would help. I'm curious if acupuncture would help, but that would be very expensive. So that's not something that's really on the table at the moment, but that would be a possible solution as well. It might help certain tensions ease up. But I do try to like massage her belly and let her feel comfy. I feel so bad though. You can't make it any better. The only thing that we can wait it out for
to magically make it better just with food is when she's fully an adult, so like a year old, she can have something called a hydrolyzed or hydrogelized. I don't remember what the word for it. That kind of diet, and that will make her go solid no matter what. There's something about whatever that formula is that would make her be solid. She's gonna be running around behind us, I think. Oh, maybe not. Just does what she wants to do. She knocked you guys over and scared herself. She knocked over Chad. Once she's on that, if she does need to go that route, then that should allow her symptoms, if they are related urinary wise, to be okay. It should allow it. If cat yoga is when you're doing a yoga pose and the cat comes along and says, "Hey, let me stick your butt in my face," then yes, it's a thing. Yeah. I can't do any kind of yoga around the cats without them getting involved. There's videos about squishing the cat that help them flex. I don't know if I love the way you phrased that, but that is worth looking into, so thank you. I just want her to feel okay. I feel bad. I'm not even, like, it's frustrating to have accidents, but it doesn't even make me mad. It's just like, please don't do it. And then, oh no, there's something else to clean up. But then, I'm sorry, I'm cleaning the litter boxes to you guys, but welcome to my life. We know this is nothing new. I interrupted myself and I forgot what I was saying. Oh, I mean, it's of course annoying, but like it is what it is. But at the same time, I just want her to feel better. That is the main goal, is feel better. She's flying through the curtains. It's a much more exciting visual than me at the moment. Pardon the chords. It is not a sophisticated setup right now. You did the tiniest little tinkle. My goodness. I keep forgetting you tinky the blanket though. Okay, all clean. That should feel more mentally comfy, you would think. Are you still behind here? Yes. Hello. You're silly. Alright, I can guarantee my phone is gonna die within like 5 minutes. PB, we love you. We love you. And give you a smooch. Pretty please. Pretty please. Say no, I'm in Zoom mode. Okay. I'll have to give you twice as many smooches later though. Little goob. Little goob. You just the little goober. Just the little goober. I'll leave your light on. Dope, 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 dope. Good girl. It's quite the little adventurer. She's a kind of clueless survival wise, but she definitely runs around like she's still on the streets. She's funny. I love her. I love her very much. Really glad that I didn't rush despite the potty troubles to get her spayed and adopted out, and instead decided to be crazy and keep her because she probably would have been returned with tinky troubles. And we don't want that. We don't want that. Let me flip us back over here. Bloop. We exist. We exist. We exist. Charge this bish. Charge. You don't need to be on side light. 24. Need at least 50% so I can maintain it with the charger. For us to go down to the closet. A cat accordion.
I did try doing little fishy stretches with her like that. You guys call it the accordion. My dad always called it the fish pose, like when you're holding a prized fish. So I call it the fish pose. But I have tried that with her. She doesn't like that very much. Diet pills are evil because they're banned for human use since the 70s because people kept cooking their organs. But it works if you monitor your vitals super carefully. I mean, as long as you don't cook your insides. I won't roast you for it. There's cat pose and yoga. That's equality. Cat pose always feels so aggressive, even though it's such an easy pose. Like, cow is so relaxed, and then cat is just like... It makes me feel like I'm angry while I'm doing yoga. Because I immediately picture, like, the angry cat, like, pose. Not much of an angler. It's either accordion or slinky. Fish girl. Learning opportunity. What is that one? A cat and cow. They're usually used together. I don't know where I am on camera. There's cow, where you dip your back. And then cat, where you arch your back. And then usually you go into downward dog from cat. And then down into snake. I'm a snake. I think that's cobra, actually, not snake, but close enough. Cat cow is good for the lower back. I do cat cow every morning. It's usually my tiny little yoga routine. Start with a little savasana, and then cat cows. Then usually leg stretches. Boop, boop, boop. Arm stretches. Cat, cow, downward dog, cobra. Here's our learning opportunity. My hair will not be calm anytime soon. We have so much rain on the way. So much. So much. You go to the baby goat yoga one time. Oh, that does look so cute and cool. I just wonder what their hooves feel like. Like, do they jump gently? Or is it like a thud? It gives me concerns. Chair pose is pain. Is that the one where you're like crisscross applesauce, but like I'm not gonna try doing it because I hurt my back, wild back. You're like this, but on the floor. That actually stretches really good, even in a chair. I don't think I know chair pose. I'm tighter on this side since I hurt my back, on my dominant side, which is weird. It pulls nice right here. It's like a very rarely engaged muscle. It's where you go from standing like that to sitting like an invisible chair. Ah! I know what you're talking about. The one I'm thinking of might be crow pose. Here's my browser. Browser. Crow poos. Oh no, I had that completely. I don't know what yoga pose I'm thinking of then. Crow is awkward to balance, but it's really cool once you get like the moves down for it. It's a big stretch. Cranky knees. I know all about cranky knees. I feel for you. I feel for you very much. That one is comfy. You like that, and the stretch from Warrior 1 and Warrior 2 is nice. Warriors feel so good. I love Warriors so much. So yoga pose where you just lay down and nap. Kind of. There's child's pose. You just become an egg. When you're shooting well, I guess egg pose. Egg pose in photography is like this. It's weird. I don't know. I don't understand it, but I guess the people like it. But then there's child's pose where you just go like this. Where you have your head on the floor. And then your arms are back. I think your feet are supposed to be flat, not crossed. It's a good one. The few yoga classes I've been to, they do have a little restful moment in the beginning and at the end, where either you can do child's pose or you just do, I call it corpse pose. I don't know what this actually is, but you're just laying back and hands over your chest and you breathe gently. I put a rug in front of my desk and it's my chair doesn't roll over it without me giving it a lift. Don't fold in that way. Oh. Thinking a starfish pose. That's how you sleep, spread out on the bed, take up as much space as possible. So you're one of the dogs, Cyogenics. Tiger actually sleeps like that on his back with his legs open like a porn star. And his little paws are going either straight back or like off to the side. It's quite funny. The Undertaker pose. Yeah, usually at the beginning and end of a yoga class, they invite you to find your calm center in a very neutral pose where, not necessarily starfish, but you either like corpse in, or you have your hands down flat, like at your sides, or you go into child's pose. It's whatever feels best for you to be able to get into the flow of the groove. I haven't been to many yoga classes, but I had a gift card for I think like 6 of them that I went to at a local studio with a girl I used to be friends with. It was awkward. I'm not meant for group projects. But I enjoyed it, like the yoga part. It was just weird being around strangers. I'm not a public setting person outside of conventions. Tiger might be your spirit animal, or maybe you're his. What's dog years? 7 years? He's 42. I think he's got you beat. I think he's about 7. His age, like, rapidly changed into exactly what I needed it to be. Because they thought he was 4 when I went in to see him at the shelter. I keep saying shelter, it's animal control. Kind of same difference, but also not publicly funded versus donation funded. And then when they neutered him, they said he was about 6 there. And then my vet thinks he's at least 7, so. His age just kept going up. I do feel like they try to err on, like, the lower side at shelters and rescues, though, for what age might be. Because most people are, I have flu from my face, are deterred, excuse me, from adopting an older dog. Still a little sad that I didn't adopt Wilbur. That was out of my control. It was Pippi needed more than me. But I still think about him. LA Fitness has free ones. No way! That's cool. Back then, they always had a lady who kept talking about the healing power of magnetism, which was funky, but the yoga was still good. I don't think there's much merit to the whole, like, magnetic alignment thing. I remember when it was super popular to wear like a magnet necklace or like a magnet bracelet, and I don't know what it was supposed to do. What are the health benefits of magnet jewelry? Supposedly. Was this on airplane mode? No, let me put this on airplane so it's gonna charge faster. It's an interesting thought process that I never questioned, I just knew it was hokum. Scientific evidence does not support claims that magnetic jewelry provides significant health benefits, such as pain relief, improved circulation, or reduced inflammation. That's a rhyme. Doesn't help arthritis. Doesn't help circulation. It's a placebo effect. Individuals with pacemakers, insulin pumps, or other medical devices should avoid magnetic jewelry, as the magnets can interfere with these devices. Well, I never knew what the purpose was. I just knew it was hokum. think thought process is there's iron in your blood, which is magnetic. I can kind of see how that could be sold as a little bit more valid than snake oil. It's still snake oil, but it sounds like it would make sense, which, to me, if it sounds true, it's possibly true. It becomes a 50-50 instead of like a 90-10. Power of suggestion is strong. It really is. I still have no idea at this point if red light therapy does anything for me, but I feel better after I do it. I have no idea though. I just don't think there's been a lot of contradictory studies done on it, and only positively, what's the word I'm looking for? Positively positioned towards the concept studies have only been done. Like, they say it works, but like, does it really? I don't know. Honestly, I found that I think the compression portion of it, and I think I've said that before, the compression portion of it does more than anything. Because I've been wearing a compression thing for my back, and honestly, that's been helping me feel, in general, more human than I have in a while. So I wonder if it's a compression thing. I don't know. Keep looking for stuff on that. Or the happy light stuff they sell in Korea. Is that like the sad light? Seasonal affective disorder. I think it's hard to find unbiased research for some stuff. That's how I feel about red light therapy. Like, it's being sold only positively at this point. That's the only studies that they've done on it. I don't know. It's not a hoax, but its effectiveness depends on using the right wavelength and having realistic expectations. It's best used as a complementary treatment rather than a primary solution. It's just like, it does so many things, supposedly. That's why I question it. It's like, oh, it heals your insides, it heals your outsides, it heals everything in between. How is that possible? I feel like that should be inside of a bottle that has an X on it or something. Tonic. Compression has to be legit, right? Maybe? Who knows if they paid the AI companies already to sway results? You never know. Hey, red light therapy even improves your stock options. Maybe. Oh, the one I have you're supposed to use, I think it's meant to be used for your back. But I put it over the front of my pelvis. Leave it alone. It's like the one that looks the most possibly interesting to read. No. That's how you feel about going to your chiropractor after getting rear-ended. Owie. Owie, owie, owie. I feel for you. I have some beef with chiropracy. How would you even say it? How would you say the practice? Chiropractic stuff. I don't know. I feel like there's merit to it, but I feel like it requires you to continuously go back and be readjusted. It's like fixing... I feel like this is the best example that I can use. Okay, so this book is on the table, but like all week long, I'm gonna bump into it. This is freshly adjusted from the chiropractor book. Chiromancy. But like through the weeks, I'll bump into it and bebop it around, and it'll go wherever it's gonna go. Because the problem is not fixed. The book is not put away. It's not on the shelf. But then I'll go back to the chiropractor and get it realigned, and then we're good again. But over time, it's gonna keep... I don't know. There are many things that I've dealt with where I feel like, oh, I should go to the chiropractor for this. But, I don't know. My grandpa went for years to my uncle, and he felt better after, and then would always have to go back because he would feel worse again. And It's just a band-aid solution, I feel like. I think there's merit to it. I don't think it's fake, but I think it's a band-aid solution. I like real solutions. I was shady. Judy was like, yeah, just keep doing as many appointments as you can. Because they only fix it in the temporary, not in the long term. Because they can't fix it in the long term. Feels good for a second, then you get in the car. Oh. I wonder if there's any way to prolong, like, the efficacy of it. In terms of, like, if you went for a walk after. Or if there's been any science done on that. Or if you did yoga after getting adjusted. It would help everything like settle into place more. I kind of have the same theory about acupuncture. But if PB really needed it and it was a good choice, I would try it for her. Like, definitely getting it done in a professional setting is more powerful than doing it at home. I have, like, something between the hiccups and the burps tonight. I don't know what's happening inside of me. I have the herpes. I think mine is LLLT. LT. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I mean, that's a pretty large study group. That's cool. 27 to 79 years old. What just... What the fuck? The Mad Topher? I'm so sorry. I don't know why Botrix was just able to time you out. That didn't even get flagged for auto mod. Okay, we're gonna divert monitors for a moment and let me look at my Botrix settings. That's never happened before and that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. I think our bodies just shift back. You need treatment almost daily for long term to retrain your muscles and bones default positioning. So that's why I put so much more value into what was even profane there. Good God. What in the actual fuck? What in the fuck? That's why I put a lot of value in physical therapy. I love physical therapy. Like, I don't hurt myself to intentionally have to go through it. Oh, Botrix might time out, banned words. It used to just asterisk them out. Context! I have the word banned, though. Lord have mercy. Okay, so instead of asterisk the word out, it times you out for a minute now. This is gonna be a fun game to play for the rest of our lives. I'm so sorry. I mean, that's annoying, but at least they're good about, like, not even letting it go through with, like, lines in between it or something. Oh, that's irritating. Skynet is real. Right now it is. Botrix is a fucking asshole. That one got AI modded for bullying. Here, I'll show you guys. Because then you can see exactly what I'm seeing here is, like, what the problem is. Where do I have my chat box thing? Kick chat? You would think. That's what it did first. So it would usually just asterisk the word out and then let the whole message through. But instead it timed out for a minute. But then, Cyogenics, you got bonked by AI mod. But I appreciate the solidarity with that one. Wanted Botrix to bonk you in solidarity. Aw. Club cult bonds run deep. Oh, I don't know why I would take... What are my banned words? You know what? Neither. I redid my ban and block list around the beginning of the year. Because, you know, I've said this before, you know, when in a nutshell, when you watch someone's streams, like, watch a few of them. People act differently and feel differently on a daily basis. So a word that might bother me one day will not bother me another day. But sometimes words just bother me, you know, just add them to my ban list. Or someone would rub me the wrong way extra so instead of just laughing it off. Like, no, fuck you, ban. So I redid both lists towards the beginning of the year. And those aren't even on there anymore. I'm not gonna say what's on there, but it's really only the worst things that someone could say or extremely sensitive information. Botrix is living in the past tonight? I'm so sorry. Forgive me. I'm so sorry. That was irksome. The Brotherhood of the Botrix Bonkies. You guys rebranding Club Cult, starting your own cult together. You're ditching me. I don't. If you super elite speak it, then it goes through. But then I read that as 80 honest. That's lame. That's very lame. Alright, to save face, I'm gonna get murked in Doom for a hot minute while my phone keeps charging. And then I am the lowest common denominator in the world's eyes. Ba-dum-bum-bum. That was stinky. That was very stinky. I'm so sorry. It makes me feel so professional when I have to save face this way. Which is to say, not professional at all. But I don't know why some things do things, and damn, that's a bitch. That's a bitch and a half. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know why we're not connecting to the network. Maybe I pulled the plug. But it's still letting us play. What was my old gamer tag? My old gamer tag was my old MySpace name. Which I will not share for privacy purposes. Now it's just Serena TV or Serena TV sucks. Depending on what game that I'm making a new gamer tag for. Like Call of Duty, for instance. Definitely Serena TV sucks. And then I have a second Call of Duty account that's under Voya's name. So people think that I'm like a stupid little 13-year-old Polish boy who doesn't know what they're doing. And it's nice. I appreciate that. Ha! Don't speak Latin, do you, bot? Very nice. Very nice. I would ask what it means, but I don't think you can tell me without getting bombed. I don't know Latin, and I can't call Father TV. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It's whatever you want it to be, baby. It's a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. I appreciate you. I get up our followage count here. We're up by 3 to our next cosplay night, BB. Secondary to our first of the month, Harley. That one we just get because I want it. Serena gets what she wants. I love Bieber 95. No, I'm 93, so I was a little too old for the Bieber fever. It's an interesting roleplay. Snap link doesn't work on all my links. I don't know where else I would have a snap link. It's just Serena TV. It's simple. That whole thing actually crashed your chat entirely. Why is this timing out too? Oh my god. Okay, I think Botrix is actually having a shit fit tonight and glitching. I don't think this is an us issue. I think this is a Botrix issue. Should I just unmod Botrix for the night? Like, I prefer to have my commands, but it's not really worth it to keep getting bonked around. Because that's just rude. That's very rude. Like, for shame. Why would that time out? Solidarity month. In fact, it's talking about your parents' show bones, and so does Chanel's sister's FBI consultant. But why the first two? I think Botrix is having a shit fit tonight. Should get uniforms, starting with a bonk defense helmet. Let's go! Next line of Club Cult merch. Let me unmod Botrix for a little bit. Okay, Botrix is no longer moderating at the moment. Be good. Behave yourselves. And we'll put him back on before bed. Someone remind me. Because I really feel like Botrix is just having a shit fit right now. I don't think that's a Serena issue. You time someone out from chat, it removes all their messages. But that was post timeout. Like, that was in... The first two lines of chat shouldn't have been timed out. As someone who times people out in a reasonable fashion. I know how loud. Oh, it retroactively removes them all? Oh, with the last message, you're right, it does. This command why are you still talking, Botrix? This command contains a link. Make sure Botrix is moderated and has permission to send it. Botrix is having a shit fit. Regardless of previous lines of chat or not, Botrix is having a shit fit. Botrix, I have enough stress in my life. Must you? Must you? Must you? I mean, AI mod is through Kick, so I'm not worried about that part. It just means I can't use my commands for a little bit. Hoi. Sung in Pink Floyd cadence. All in all, it's just another Botrix kicked into the hall. All in all, just another code in the wall. That one's way better than mine. Way better. Alright, we're going on the up and up for a few. Let Botrix cool down. Let my phone charge up. Let the world come back to itself. Tell my hair to behave itself a little bit. Oh my god. AI mod now bonked Botrix. Dude, what the I don't handle real-time stress well. Can you all marinate in this with me for a moment? AI mod bonked Botrix. What is happening? I feel like I'm living in like an alternate universe of streaming in this moment. I'm like having a nightmare where I'm streaming and all of this is happening. I might need to walk away in a minute for a minute because this is like overwhelming. I just need to stare at a wall for a second. The bot would begun the bot wars have. This is insane. This is how we win. We make the AI fight each. This is just too much that's out of my control at one time. This command contains too many. No one put the command. It's not there. It's silenced. Silencioed. What about AI mod flagged Botrix? I can't take all of this into my noodle at one time. It does not make sense. It's stressing me out. How? many special characters before bonk. I don't know. This hurts my head. This hurts my life. This hurts my existence. I need to walk away for a minute. You guys observe the world here and let me know what I need to feel when I come back. Thank you. The men are in charge. I give up. This is man's work. It's not for me. It's not for me. Hi, Kiki. Okay, the wall has been stared at. I'm no longer on the verge of a MenTV. We're gonna mute Botrix for a little bit. And someone please remind me before bed. Oh wait, then he's still gonna push messages for you guys. I'm gonna time him out for a little bit. I think that will work. And then I don't have to see this nonsense. And then I just need to have his timeout wear out before bed and re-mod him before bed. Good God, this is stupid. It's fucking stupid. Alright, he's gonna calm down for an hour. He's just, he needs a timeout. It's like when I was a kid. You have to sit on the stool in the corner until the kitchen timer goes off. I give up. What did I miss in my staring at the wallage? No, this is fine. I mean, go ahead and give the AI the launch codes. This is fine. This is fine. Oh God, do I have... Where is it? Why do I not have this out at my desk? I need this. It's the great big bag of everything. Should be either this side or the other side. Hi, Gunther. You can come to laugh time if you want to. Mama? 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 It's the perks of getting packages from me is you get one of these. This is fine. This is fine. It's fine. It's fine. Do you really think I can read that deep of leet speak? Post almost mental breakdown. This is fine. Oh, I forgot I had it. Oh, I don't have it as an emote. That's the kick emote. Close enough. This is fine. This is fine. This is going right in front of my monitor. We have our emotional support dumpster fire. It's fine. I'm fine. Everything is fine. It's fine. Only the victor will get me if I am Caesar. At 2, Brute. Just trying to remember the Enterprise destruct codes. I remember them being kind of simple, all things considered. I don't remember them at all. I give you credit for that. This was so dumb. Can you pretend this never happened? That was lame sauce. I'm so sorry for the time outage. We experienced new things tonight. It's a new world. It's a new start. It's alive with the beating of a young heart. It's a new day. It's a new plan, and I've been waiting for you. Here I am. I think that's how that goes. It's from Spirit. Okay, my back hurts. We're up. We're up for the night. It was nice to lay on the couch with PB though, even though PB wasn't laying with me. Alright, put me in coach. God, the floofage will just not stop. Let's get used to it. I think it's funny that getting timed out crashed your whole chat. This has to be like a Kick and Botrix communication issue or something tonight. I don't know how. The two are not like truly intertwined. It's not my fault, but I'm so sorry. The light is so bright. There, it's a little more human. Certainly something going on Kick's side. I wonder what Down Detector has to say about that. I'm always curious what incidents are like isolated versus widespread. Widespread. And there have been like a couple of reports here and there tonight, but not too many. I feel like a lot of issues are on a small scale versus a larger scale, which is good in the grand scheme of things, but very, very annoying when you are the small scale person experiencing it. That's not cool, man. That's not cool at all. It's not cool at all. Those darn service errors. I'll kick their butts. Like, I'm gonna kick this guy's butt, right? Yes. Triangle. With the power of triangle. We conquer. What's my phone at? 48. So we probably get like 10 tries. And then we must make closet space because storm's incoming. I saw a really scary prediction that says if it doesn't storm hard on Sunday, then Monday it's going to be absolutely terrible. Because it's going to be... So if we get big storms, I don't understand weather. I'm no fucking meteorologist. I'm just here. I don't know. There's 30% chance that it's already raining. And it's not even raining. So take my words with a grain of salt. But it essentially said that if we don't get huge storms on Sunday, it'll build up extra into Monday. And then Monday, it will be way more likely for a tornado to occur. Which is scary. Because I have a zoo. Actually, how will I do this with the boys? I know that I could shove Voya and Gunther into, well, not like shove them, but you know, into the kennel down there so that everyone could be together, but then Voya wouldn't have to be by the dogs because he doesn't like the dogs. I don't know how Zeke feels about dogs. But I don't know how comfortable Zeke and Gunther would be being shoved together. They've never been shoved together like that before. So maybe I'll put Zeke in a carrier, and then Gunther takes a little longer to get into. Zeke is easy to get into a carrier. You just scoop him in. And then he does it. He's good about it. He won't just walk in, but he'll scoop in. So it'll be Zeke in a carrier, and then Gunther into the kennel. Just because he's, I think, okay with dogs. He's not afraid of them. He doesn't get mad at them, but he hasn't been around them. So him in the kennel down there. Everyone else together. PB in a carrier, which PB isn't easy to get into a carrier, but in the moment of necessity, we can get it done fast because it's not like she can predict that we're going to the vet. They know my small mannerisms, and then they're like, nope, not happening. Everyone else it should be fine with it, and then just secure them and Ringo in the hallway. Because Ringo will not go downstairs. Like, he will not. So I think that's the only option-ish. I'm glad that I thought about these two, though, because I don't want them to, like, be under duress, like, fight each other. I don't think they would, but heaven forbid. If the forecast is anything but sun, the weather report here reads like it's end times. See, over here, it's like 6 of one, half dozen of the other, to where the weather report is realistic, but everyone freaks out and you have to take it seriously because of what happened in Plainfield in the 80s. Like, that was seriously destructive and pretty close. Like, it's... And over the years, like, over in my lifetime, welcome, Calm. I hope you're having a good night so far. We've had much more tornado-y incidents towards the city than there really ever was in the past. So it's a little spooky-ooky. And I don't want to take chances with the zoo, because that's even more spooky-ooky. Ringo will not go downstairs, though, and that makes me nervous. But I can have him. I think the hallway would be best. I don't trust the bathroom idea. I don't think I could even get him into the tub either. Ringo can only go one way into the bathroom because he's fucking 120 pounds. He's huge. Ringo graduated from being a horse to being a bear. We're gonna do this in one try, right? Definitely. Totally. Oh, shoot. Nope. Zoot the lore. Hey, you got your perfect opportunity to slander the French if you want. No, no, no. Goddamn ground fire. It's the ground eels. It's the ground fire. Shit. I'm dead. Never was good at hopscotch. Boofka to the max. Then shoot it to the side and die. I don't even get to use all BFG. Finally! Experience is the best teacher, fortunately and unfortunately. The French can only beat Doom in full reverse. Why is that? See, practice makes progress. Not perfection, but progress, Colin. I have a method to my madness. I'm living proof that it is possible to be a bad gamer and enjoy games. It just takes a lot of ADHD. The hyperfixation helps. But thank you. I do appreciate that. It's very kind of you. You could say, damn, bitch, just hit him already. And you chose kindness. You know how wonderful that is? Everyone needs that in life. Oh. Is that even going to do anything? That was awfully far. We got one more Bufka. One more. Oh, now you're awfully close. That's concerning. What are you doing, sir? Need to time out my forward and backward motion better with jumping on that. Or jumping over that, rather. Oh, look. Walls. Jesus. Ah! It was an opportunity. And I panicked. And I missed. And he's running. We got a runner. Got a runner. Dodge, 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 and weave. Oh, we dodged every rocket. Wow. That was cool. Oh, shit. Ah, shit. I wasn't taking it seriously. Now I have to. God damn it. Why did I walk right into that? Taking it seriously, my ass. Meh. Exactly, Gunther. Meh. Meh is what we say. I am going to die. I mean, I don't like it to get this bad, but I do kind of feel like playing under duress helps. I have 7 health. And I'm walking in the laser. Like, come on now. We are not going to do this on 7 health. You're joking. You're joking. You must be out of your mind. The panic shooter's real. Okay, so somehow we're disabling the laser, which is good. What the fuck? How are we doing anything right now? Oh, we were so close. If I had like 50 health instead of 7, we would have gotten him. That was a good run. I'm moderately proud of that run. Being kind to people sucks to you at times. Due to the world not being kind to you. Personally, you're working on it. It is difficult. It's difficult to be able to give the world things that it does not give to you. I know exactly what you mean about that. It's difficult to describe, I think, the largeness of the feeling of it. I think what matters most is then when you're able to give it, that you have kindness to give. In the way of you always have to make sure that you fill your own cup first. We did almost have him. We were close. Gunther's cheering for me at the food table. Really, he's just begging for food, but we're going to pretend he's cheering for me. You're sitting on the edge of your butt there. I kind of was too, and I'm not even sitting. Gunther, tell me I can do it. Yeah? Can mommy do it? He's not sure anymore. Gunther, can I do it? Can mommy get him? Yeah? I can? Gunther thinks I can. He says, Ma, just get him. Ma. Ma. Purrs. Cats are. My baby. I know you don't like that, but I do. He says, Mom, stop it. Gunther, we're matchy tonight. We're almost always matchy because Mommy almost always wears black. I gotta work on that. When I put my VODs on. You believe in me? That's okay. I believe in me. Let's go. Okay, lots of Bifkas right off the bat. I don't know. That's the best I've got. Oh, don't jump into that. Don't do that. I got 2 left. I should have taken advantage of his stun time and shoot that one to the side. Oh, that was only 1 throw. Jeez. Jeez Louise, sir. Oh, come on, don't do that. That's not nice. Sir! How many of these must you throw? He got mad. You cranky boy. I'm dead. We're very dead. There was good intention with that run. There was good intent. That's all I've got to say about that one. He is such a proper boy. Gunther is a gentleman. It makes me mad, but it also makes me kind of sad that whoever Gunther's people were really missed out on a damn good cat. Gunther is a perfect gentleman. He's the best boy. Side shot. Try the theory. Oh god. Now we are here. Dodge and weave. Dodge and weave. Oh. Oh, maybe that was good? That wasn't good for me. Maybe it was good for him. Okay. Now we attempt to survive and thrive. I should have hit him with the shotgun there. Damn it. I let him hit me. That's not ideal. Now it's just all about timing. Damn. He's gonna rush at me. I was right. Why is there ammo there that I can't pick up? Come on. We can do it. No, no, you son of a biscuit-eating bulldog. No, that was not in my favor. None of that was in my favor. Oh my god. What are we doing? Okay, try to get not hit. Jesus. Look at me, a little bouncy bunny. When I jump, all I can hear in my head is, here comes Peter Cottontail, hopping down the bunny trail. No, no, that's gonna be the death of me. Ammunition conservation. Shit. I saw that coming. Oh. Multiple height attacks make for good graphics. I try. This guy's such a butt. That's it. He's just a butt. He's a very buddy butt. Not my buddy though. Ah! I got too close. Serena flew too close to the sun. Oh, no, rockets. I think I'm gonna try to save the BFG for when we're not in that thing. Use it for less precise moments. Can dodge and weave whatever he's doing better in here. I don't know why, but I can. New strategy, new theory. Bloop, 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 bloop. He's going to throw something at some point. Or hit me. That's possible too. Jesus. 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 Not gonna survive. Why not use the BFG anyway? We like double BFG him? Does more? Probably not. This was fun. Oh. That's not ideal. He kicked me. Oh my god. Where the are you kidding me? 3 health. Take me. Take me, tier leader. I give. When was that? 55. So a few more tries. And then closet. Gunther, you are hankering. Why? Your bowl is plugged in, right? Oh, bye, controller. Hi, buddy. Yes. Okay. It'll rotate for you. It's sometime soon. I don't know exactly when. It got unplugged one day, and I felt so bad because he only got his breakfast meal, and it got to like 7 p.m., so he had missed 2 meals on it. I don't know how it got unplugged, but I felt so bad, and I just considered maybe that had happened again, but no. Fluffy tail boy is hungies. He is hungies. He hungry boy. So another thing, too, he's been extra fussy for food since not having Voya here, which is kind of weird. And it's not like he was even eating out of Voya's bowl, even though he was sometimes, but they were mostly separate while I was on convention timeline. So he didn't have Voya's bowl to eat out of, and Zeke's his microchip. He's pawing at it. What is your beef, Broccoli? Do you want a couple kibbles? I feel bad. Mama. Ma. Mama. Okay, I'll get you a few kibbles. Here you go. I think it's going to turn for you very soon, though. Okay. Here you go, Gunther. Ma. Mama. Mama. He was starting to paw at it, and that made me feel bad. He pulled on my heartstrings, so now he gets some kibbles. He really shouldn't get dry food, but he nibbles on dry food when he can anyway, so it's not like it's the end of the world. It's not like it's the end of the world. I know, Doom Guy is beautiful. This guy is even hotter. I hate him. He glitching. We going. I wonder if anything positive came from that. Ah! Trouble a brewing. Oh god, I jumped right on it. It was not helpful. Do. Too close. Way too close. Oh, why did the ground glow for that? That was cool. I think that was good things. Shit. Oh, now you're doing those. Okay. Understood. I just love that he didn't put his glasses on. That's so cute for him. Ah. Too close for comfort. No. I could have taken the arena, but that's okay. Oh, did that miss you? Shit. Ah! No lasers. No lasers. None of that. Oh, we still have one more VFG thing over there. I thought I grabbed it. I did not. Oh my god. Nope. No, god damn it. Even tried to physically dodge it and it still got me. I just really don't see that. Okay, now we're on 1 health. That's beautiful. I really don't see how we could possibly have any sort of victory on less than 30 health once he gets to this level of damage. I'm gonna die anyway. We're shooting the BFG for funsies. Ain't got like shit going on here. Oh, we got a little bit of health. Good for us. You better be real good at hopscotch now, bitch. Jeez Louise. Please don't kick me. Oh, crap. Oh. It was a decent run. So close. One more for now, and then we move on to closet territory. The alternative doom. Alright, what order of operations allowed me to moderately succeed here? Glitch death. Glitch death. Glitch death. And rockets. Need to be able to see when he's doing that. Please don't hit me. Oh, you hit me. They're going to run into me now. How did I not even grab it? Fuck. Don't do terrible things. Shikeys. That was not intentional and unfortunate. That's not how you get the bufka. That's not really when you wanted to use it, but that's okay. You panicked, and sometimes we just do that in life. Alright, please grab that. Oh my god, why are you looking at the ceiling? Is there even a ceiling in here, or is it just like open hell air territory? Oh my god. Finally grabbed the other cell though. GG's. Shit! No, no, oh, sploot. I didn't even lose my head that time. I lost everything. I lost everything. It all disappeared. Okay, closet time. Video game answers, there's always a ceiling, but it does look like sky. Well, it's like the Hunger Games. There's a digital ceiling. I do think it is an open arena. Okay, closet. I know it's going to be a little bit chilly downstairs. We should have enough battery. 59%. But I can plug it in. I just can't use my light then. We're getting better. We're making progress. I'm very proud of us. A round of applause for Club Gold. Alright, let's get our Go stuff together. Laundry. Laundry time. Should be able to put music on there too. I am a chilly girl. What is it outside? Weather unavailable. Oh, because airplane mode. I very rarely use airplane mode unless I'm charging my phone, and it's confusing to me. It's confuddling. It's 47 out. But a little breezy. Feels like 42. 81% humidity. Happy, happy joy. Oh, they're not predicting any rain at all for today. Just cloudy, and it's all gonna come on Monday. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. Boo. Watch the weather when we come back upstairs. Because I'm like 100. I gotta put on the weather before bed. I gotta see what Tom Skilling has to say. What am I looking for here? Go Cam. Go Cam. Go Cam. Do 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 do. Gunther, are you enjoying your special little fancy man kibbles? think he is. My sweet southern boy. There we go. You can flip us over. We're gonna lose audio for a sec.
Then we should have it back. Yes. The GoCam thwarted me the other night and connected to no microphone instead of the iPhone microphone, which is like, why? Why would you do that? It's rude. It's not okay. It's not okay. Is there only one pocket on here? I was looking. Oh, there is two. I was looking for the other one, but it must have just been really tucked in. To the closet. To the closet we go. I'm putting you in my pocket, club coat. We're my pocket pals. I don't know if that sounds dirty or not. I'm kind of becoming an EP girl. I'm not sleeping well, which is fine. I know I'll sleep well again at some point, but right now I'm not sleeping well. Such a sturdy fabric to be able to hold all of club coat. It is. Honestly, this is a nice ass robe. I like it. It's like the perfect length. I don't have any robes this length that are functional, and that's what I like most about it. It's just long enough to cover what I need to be covered if I wear it outside, and it's short enough to make me not feel like I'm grandma of the household, because Pippi is grandma of the household. Mer. Gunther says, Mer, where are you going, Ma? Mer. Mer. To the closet. To the closet. To the closet. Probably put music on my phone when we're in there. Hi, peeps. I love you, Goob. I love you. I want her to be one with the household sooner than later. I talked to my vet, and there should be no risk with her having her little kitty COVID with everyone else, because most cats are carriers, or let me close this just in case, have already had it in their life. It's a very common virus, like extremely common. But there's little spots in the house that she can get into, like behind the fireplace downstairs, for instance. So I'm trying to figure out how I can tailor between the dogs and the cats having their sanctioned separate time. Say hi to Tigra, just sweet little boy. And then her running around the house too. Because the litter boxes are downstairs, and so is the food. So I can't close off the downstairs for Peavy to run around with everyone upstairs, like for more than a half hour. And even though there's a litter box up here, I don't want to make them feel like they all have to use the same one. Trying to keep everyone's emotions in check and happy. Ty is sleepy. He says, when is pupper supper time? Is it pupper supper time? Hello, Bubby. Hello, Bubby. Hello, Bubby. I still can't tell if he's a small or a big dog. I know he's a big dog, but I still can't tell if he's a small or a big dog. Where you going, friend? You want butt scratches? He really thought it was time for dinner. I feel bad. He's like, why is there not food going in my bowl? Sorry. Sorry. I did close the gate, right? No, I did not. Okay. Now we're good. You're a good boy, Bubby. We get supper pupper in a little bit. Supper pupper in a little bit. I do love that he does little growlies for vocals like Chauncey used to. I got concerned at first because he did it at dinner time the first time he did it. And I wasn't in the kitchen. I was in the hallway, I think, on my way to the boys' room. And I heard an in the kitchen. And I freaked out. I thought he was being food aggressive with Pippi. So I ran back, and there was no kerfuffle. He was just excited about his dinner. He does just little grumblies like Chauncey used to, which is very cute. Charlie, don't do it. Thank you. It's pupper time.
It's pupper time. Hello, everybody. Hello. Real quick. Real quick. Hello, Slavka. You're very fluffy. Hello, Charlie. There's so many girls. Always been a boy-heavy household. Now we have all the girls. And Miss Void. Void is going to be my puppet one day. She is just putty in my hands. We have bonded so hard. She loves me. She loves me. Remember when you used to hit me? Like I didn't know any better then. I didn't know any better. I guess I should check in with Club Cult, huh? That would be maybe nice to do. Oh, what did I do? Why is my phone doing this? Oh, it went back. It's fine. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. You're going to bring in Little Slug as the welcome wagon? I don't know who she should interact with first. Probably little kid. I mean, I know she's good with other cats because she's good with dogs because she's hung out with Pippi and Chauncey. I just don't know how she'll do with Ringo and Diesel moving fast, and Tigra is still adjusting to the cats. I just want to be so sure with him until we do no muzzle unsupervised time. And that'll probably honestly be a year from now because I'd rather be safe. I'm sorry. Hi, sweet love. I know Void would get along well with her. Void loves everyone. Like her and Slavka have become mother and daughter. It's very cute and sweet. It's very adorable. But she was good with Voya, and she's immediately wanting to interact just playfully and sweetly with everyone that she comes across. So it doesn't really matter per se. I think Charlie will be a little persnickety with her. Charlie's just a little persnickety with everyone. Chong will run because he's just not sure. Marbles will just stand her ground and smack her, but Marbles doesn't have claws, so it's okay. But everyone else should be nice with her. Slavka will be playful. Her and Slavka are going to have a ball. Charlie's young, but she's not run around playful. She's toy playful. And her and Slavka are going to have so much fun zipping around together. It's going to be like Daisy and Mushi. He likes to cosplay. Tiger does as a small dog. Then he unfolds into a real dog, right? Oh, Bachelor Shell. Yo, why do they not make people kibble? Honestly. That would be so ideal. I would eat people kibble. If I just needed to put like a cup into my bowl and then it met however many times a day and it just met my nutritional requirements and that's it. Now with flavor. Hopefully people kibble would have flavor. Mom sees mom. Aw. Void is just, she's such a good girl. She's snuzzling in. Don't judge the fuzzy carpet. I got a vacuum down here. She's snuzzling in. Oh, we still can't see you, Void. Or maybe we can. It's just dark. Well, now she's on the move. She was snuzzling in. She's just a baby. She's just a baby who had to have too many babies. And now she doesn't have no more babies. And she said, okay, I'll adopt you, Slavka. They nuzzle with each other. They're so sweet. I think they've done it on stream a few times. Wade, you're a perfect girl. If you weren't so shy, you would make someone a perfect cat. But honestly, selfishly, I'm glad that she is here and chose me. I am grateful for her love. Cat slaps are great. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And I had her when she was pregnant, and she gave birth to 3 kittens that I found homes for. I think that was at least her 3rd litter. She was a street cat. It's a baby girl. But she was a very good mom in the way that she was very protective over her kittens. But one day, all I was doing was filling her food bowl, and she attacked the fuck out of me. It was horrible, and I was very worried about her behavior after that moment. I'm like, damn, maybe she's a mean cat. I mean, no cat is mean forever, but it takes time. But she got nicer as they grew up, thankfully. Slavka, don't stalk Charlie in the litter box. I hate that she does that. I'm so glad I stopped Daisy from that behavior. Charlie has an issue with anyone different. I blame the mustache.
Oh man, she just wants to be the dictator of everything. It's mildly related to her mustache, possibly. I don't know. Floyd, I love you. You're a sweet girl. Mommy gotta maintain the closet so that we can be safe. I need to, sometime tomorrow, I need to crawl underneath the bed because I know Slavka will fuck around and find out. There's an air vent that's been open for years without a vent cover on it underneath the bed, and I need to put the vent cover back on it because I know Slavka will go under the bed and find a way to get into there. I know she will. I don't think she could climb up it because it goes up, but heaven forbid. Hi, Marbs. I know she'll get into it because she can, because it's there. Why not? And I'm so glad when she got stuck in the ceiling. That was horrible. She was up in that one, but I'm so glad that I closed off both of them from the side because she was trying to go up there again from the boxes on the shelves. You'd think she would have learned the first time, but no. That was marvelous of her. Okay, girls. Let's get some shoes. Let's get some shoes. These shoes rule. These shoes suck. These shoes rule. These shoes suck. Let's get some shoes. It's not that much laundry to deal with. I do actually still have to put away the cosplay stuff from convention time up there. Do that first. It shouldn't take long. I've just been unmotivated to do it, so I'm making you guys do it with me. See what I did there? Group project. She learned there's a cool tree fort up there, and after she comes down, she gets special attention. Yeah, because I thought she was going to be stuck. That was terrifying. Oh, I have a tickle in my throat. I might need to grab some water. We'll see. I'll give it a minute. Sometimes I'm lazy when I'm trying to fall asleep, and that happens, and if I just ignore it long enough, it will, not often, but sometimes go away. That was scary, though. She doesn't need to be a ceiling gremlin. That was worrisome. It was very worrisome. It's not cool. Not cool. Harley stuff. Harley stuff. Hang the belt up with the belts. And the Schwartz with the Schwartz. Shoes, because it's not winter anymore. We don't wear boots. No more winter. Forever summer. Click. I almost wore these for MJ Day, but I'm glad that I wore the shoes that I did. They look nicer, I think, in pictures. I'm excited to get those pictures back. I think the window ones will turn out cool. I'm hyped for that one. Ivy can go back with Ivy as a placeholder. This needs to be hung up again. Maybe lingerie will just fit in here. Tissue paper. Slytherin. Oh, these are just random garters. Those don't go with that. They don't go there. I want music. I want music. I think it'll come up with the song I left off on. Maybe. We get what we get and we don't throw a fit. I broke it. Need work again, please. Chat. Ah. Maybe I need to refresh. I break everything. There it goes. We are restabilized. Shoes. I actually didn't think I had shoes to put away. I was just singing the song for no reason.
But there are shoes to put away. Oop. Barbie, you are just going with your hanger because that's how we roll. Shoes. You know what? I think these are broken. Why do I still have these? They are. I like these wedges, and I've kept them for so long thinking that I would repair this side of it, and I don't know how to repair shoes. I need to just toss these. Because they're taking up space. Rip. These are really comfy shoes. I kept meaning to toss them, and I kept forgetting. Why is there so many pieces to Raven? Raven next year, probably. I did like this set laying out. It looks nice. That gives me time to watch Teen Titans. It's hard to repair a single strap. Kind of have to replace the whole thing I bought, probably. And they're the shoes that aren't more than $20 too. So I can't imagine that they're high quality materials to be repaired. Too much. Too much props. There we go. Now this can make more sense. Kind of. There is not a method to the madness. There's just madness. Stonks. This is a set. That's a hanger. You like Teen Titans through small comic understanding. It looks like a cute show. I just need to give it a try. Which I have not. I have nothing against it. I just haven't gotten into it. Dude, that's heavy. Not really, but it feels heavy. This is a sheet sack. Are you supposed to keep these and like refold sheet sets into them? Like, what's the point of them? I use them as laundry bags, but what is the point of them? It's wasteful fabric if that's just how they're sold, because they're covered in plastic or like some kind of wrap anyway. Schwartz. I can't find the other sock to this sock. We're on a mission. And I knew this would be a mistake when I washed it. It's going to be so tangled. I'm going to switch to battery just in case. Because I'll get into the groove of the move here and forget. No more light. We're in the darkness. The darkness ensues. Plug in. Ah! Sometimes I accidentally shove the plug into the back of my phone case, and that's not helpful. It's not helpful at all. Never gotten your sheets back into one of those things? I would assume it would be hard. I've never tried because it looks difficult. There's at least 2 stockings and one piece here. I was being lazy. I knew I should have put it into a lingerie bag and I didn't. I was being lazy. Maybe that's not a good idea. My washing machine is so powerful, it just morphs things into things. Welcome, Jasmine. I'm having good night so far. I'm balls deep in laundry. That's how I am. Mega knot indeed. I very rarely wear this one piece because it gets so tangled in the laundry. It has like cute little corset strings. If I ever get it untangled, I'll show you guys, but I knew it was a mistake to be lazy, and I was still lazy, and now I pay the price. And I knew I would. There's one pair. Now we'll get the tights out of it, and the string for it is going to be tangled around the outfit. Bet you $1 million. Oh, there's 2 more pairs of stockings. There was 3 to start. It was correct. Dresser has a cabinet for sweaters, which you don't wear. So you put your sheets in there. That's a really good idea, actually. Cedar lined. Isn't that supposed to be the best kind of closet? Like, for lack of better words, it keeps your clothes fresh. I know, the tangle. It is an oh no. The stockings are free. Now we just must free the rest of the outfit. Good God. Good God, Lemon. Alright, I need the end of one of the pieces. There's one. Oh, now I have to release it. It's going to be all uneven because this is all tangled out. Where's the end of you? Now we just follow the trail. Surviving it. Cedar is a natural bug repellent. Keeps moths away from your woolens. And it smells good. Cedar does smell good. I did not know that about the bug repellent, though. That's cool. You just have cats for that. Oh my God! I had the scariest moment earlier. Well, there have been scarier moments in life, but it was still scary. Ringo discovered snakes today. Ringo wants to chase snakes. Ringo needs to learn that snakes are like bunnies and birds and squirrels and skunks. They are faraway friends. We do not chase them. I wasn't paying attention. I was on my phone, and Ringo was doing his own thing, and he found a snake, and he ran with the snake, and then he dropped a snake after I screamed at him in the backyard. I'm sure my neighbors enjoy that. Hey, we did it. He dropped it, and then it just stayed still on the sidewalk. And it felt like an eternity, but it was probably only about 30 seconds. And then he slithered off into the grass, thankfully. He was probably like shell-shocked by getting picked up by a fucking bear and taken around the yard for a ride. But that was scary. We never want to do that again. But Ringo likes snake friends. We gotta learn no more snake. No more. It is very simple. It just has a stupid string. And now I have to relace it because it's uneven. I think it gets extra tangled because it like goes around your neck, but then also like corsets up the front. It's a nightmare. Christmas light untangling stream when? I'm so careful with my Christmas lights that they don't get tangly. I really do try, but I don't give a fuck about my lingerie sometimes. I don't think that really qualifies as lingerie. Lingerie is a fancy term, but close enough. These are my merch pants, but dog walking pants, because we're going to have intermittent weather that's going to stay out. You said the end of it reminded you of the Shape of a Song from Ed Sheeran. Oh, the Shape of You song from Ed Sheeran. I wonder if that was his inspiration for writing it. Pulled these shirts out for MJ, and I've had these shorts for years, and every year I think they're gonna fit, And every year they're too big, but they're so cute. They have like the little scrunchy rips. I'm convinced that someday they will fit. And I keep washing them, thinking that they'll shrink more, and they won't. They're already kind of spandexy. That's stuff that I should donate, and my stupid stubborn brain says, well, no, what if? Stonks. 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 Undies. Stonks. Stonks. Slow stonks. The stonks congregated. Botrix is turned off right now. My OF is just Serena TV. Same as my Kick username. Botrix had a meltdown earlier, so he's turned off right now. None of my commands work. Botrix is taking a timeout, literally. Not convenient, but better than me having a Menti B along with Botrix. PG shirt. I love sleeping in giant men's cotton t-shirts. It's the comfiest thing in the world. Like, that fabric does not compare. Do I do Discord shows? No, maybe in the future when they do implement all of the age verification, but right now I can't in any way age verify on Discord. And you're probably not 12, but just in case you're 12, that's a no-no. Perhaps in the future, though, whenever they fully implement whatever their age verification thing is going to be. Stonks. Sweater. This can just hang up over here. I wore a lot of sweaters this week. The door is bare. Welcome, Dogs Rule. Doom. Doom, doom, doom. Baby sweater. Trying to spend some money, that's what the sub button is for. Silly goose. Boop. Baby sweater. Shorts. It is inside out, yes. Aw, thank you. For being a closet gremlin right now, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it and I'll put it in my pocket. Are you a jammy shirt or a human shirt? You are a human shirt. It's my rap think shirt. T-shirts. Hoodie. I think this is the last hoodie in the file. Yes. Dog clothes. It's a robe. It's just a little chilly downstairs. Basements stay like consistently like 60-ish degrees. 60 to 65, something like that. Oh. I'll get these up on the shelf. Up on the shelf. This one goes over here. goes here. And that goes there, and this goes up here. Over yonder. Over yonder it does, actually. It's gonna have to go up there. Because this I pulled out needs to go up here. And back around we go. Ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo. Stream clothes. T-shirt. I've had this shirt for so long. Peace for pits. I don't know where it's a pit bull rescue for, but somewhere. Somewhere. You ever do a head count on hoodies and wager you're in the double digits? I'm sure I'm in the double digits. I've never done a head count on hoodies, and that scares me. It scares me very much. I have my schedule on serenatv.net, but I am live on OF every Monday and Friday around 9 p.m. 9:30 p.m. What is our head count on hoodies? That's worrisome. Not counting what's in the laundry. We'll rough count what's in the laundry. I can see like 5 right now. 6. That's a robe. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I'm guessing probably about 50. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Nice hoodies. 35. They're kick hoodie. 36, 37, 38. It's embarrassing at this point. 39. 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. And that's not counting like crop hoodies. Otherwise, that's like about 8, 9 more. Thank you for that. That was sobering. I think I'm never allowed. And there's like, I think there's 5 or 6 hanging up in the stream room. And I think there's one in my bedroom. We're never buying a hoodie again. As someone who doesn't grow out of things, we're never buying a hoodie again. We're banned. Banned from buying hoodies. And plus merch hoodies. But we're not going to get into those because that's bigger, scarier numbers. Oh my goodness. Bro, what are you on about? You need to calm down. Just calm down. Take 5, get a glass of water, calm down. And your 2 hoodies. Is that on purpose or did the girls all steal them? That's a scary number of hoodies. I love hoodies though. I live in hoodies. Outside of stream, I just wear a lot of hoodies. And there's hoodies in the wash right now and waiting to go into the laundry. I don't want to think about that anymore. I want no more to do with that. Those thoughts are not for me. Socks. Shorts. Pajama shorts. Pajama shorts. Holly shorts. Yeah, good guess with the double digits. I knew there was no way there was single digits there, though. I didn't know myself that well, but I know myself pretty well. One basket down. Kind of, mostly. Jam-a-lam Schwartz. They just go into a basket. And nothing else is really piled up too high except for stream clothes. There's a sock. A rogue sock. A rogue sock there is. Shorts, shorts, shorts. This one is one of my favorites, though. It's my Shy Hood hoodie. The zipper for it has not worked in years. I think it broke my junior year of high school, but I love it. I love it. At least they're all organized. Like, they're organized by brand over there. They're organized by dressiness. And then functional fashion, like actually keeping you warm, leaving the house below. Not that most hoodies don't do that, but those are like specifically for that purpose. And then all the ones with zippers are over there. So at least they're organized. You certainly did lose some overtime, but more or less the count stays around 3 or 4. I'm impressed with your self-control. I love hoodies. I am a hoodie girly. Even in the summer I wear hoodies. Mostly because the AC is on for the zoo, but... And I get chilly very easily. But it's a comfort thing. I don't know. I feel like not one with the world if my sleeves are uncovered if my arms are uncovered for too long. Like if I don't have, I like holding on to sleeves. Literally sit sweating in the summer with a hoodie and underwear on. Mildly uncomfortably warm because I know a t-shirt would be too chilly. I should find a better spot for this mirror before I end up having to have the zoo in here. Charlie will knock this over. Charlie's my little gremlin. My little gremlin girl. We love that for her. Prefer the pullovers to zippers. I do too, depending on what I'm doing. If I'm leaving the house, I like zippers. The pockets are more reliable. If I'm just chilling at home, I like pullovers. I definitely have more pullovers than zippers. I would say it probably depends on the dress. Like some look good with tights, some don't. I don't wear like nylons with every dress though. My grandma tried to drill that into my head so hard, and I'm just not a nylon girly. I think that was just her generation talking though. And that's okay. Zippies! To be fair, I do have some grandpa hoodies, so like they're not all my fault. They are all my fault. I'm just trying to pretend that they're not. Like the connected angle pocket in front for hand warming. Oh yeah, that is nice. That is cozy toasty. I'm super cool though. If I leave the house in winter, I want gloves. I've become full old man mode. Have gloves and extra jacket and blanket in the car, hat. Don't leave the house without it. I still have gloves in my purse that I need to take out for summer. Harley. Where's my donation bag? That's in front of the Gunther kennel. And I hung a skirt on it too. There we go. Oh, there's a cat bed in there. I don't remember putting a bed in there, but I guess I did. That is true. We have cold winters. I do not appreciate that. I do not want that. I do not like the cold winters. I do not. Sometimes it gets down to 30s, but it won't stay that low for long. Like during the day or just at night. I just realized I'm not the only one seeing that cord. Pardonnez-moi. Pardonnez-moi. I don't know how long that's been in front of there. Oops. Little hat. A little hat. It's an UGG hat. I didn't buy this hat. I think it's kind of an ugly hat. But I wear it when I'm out to shovel snow. It's so warm. I wouldn't have bought it, but it's very warm. Goes into the hat bin. I did finally find all of my hats after I bought one at the Dollar Tree. At night, never in your life has it been that low during the day. God, I hate you. I don't hate you, but I'm jealous. I'm very jealous. Must be nice. But every area you live in, you have different trade-offs for what you get out of the weather. Like you have much more risk of like weather natural disaster, whereas I just have to worry about tornadoes here. So the trade-off is you get nice weather, but you have like 2 more things to worry about than I do. That makes me anxious. I'm not trying to jinx you. But it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. So I'll probably never leave the Midwest, even though I love the desert. Because I know what to expect here. I know what to be afraid of. I don't know what to be afraid of anywhere else. And I have not had a lifetime to prepare for it. I found the other sock! I get so scared when my favorite socks don't have a friend and I like really can't find it. It's like, is this the end? The end of an era? Oh no. Full hoodie. Oh. UGG seems to be an unfortunate name for a business. Well, I think they use a lot of like animal fur, etc., skin, whatever. So I'm not a fan for that reason. I think those things should be more sustainable. It is kind of a funky brand name. They're foreign, but I don't know what it actually, if it translates to anything or what. But ugh, ugh, ugh. It's very, very attractive business tactic, I guess. Oh, I'm so glad I found this hoodie when I cleaned out my truck. I think it was when I cleaned out my truck. Maybe it was when I cleaned out my car. They're so nice. Fox used to make such good shit. Oh, they're so basic. PacSun too. Is PacSun even still around? 3 things really: tsunamis, earthquakes, and wildfires. I was thinking earthquakes and wildfires. I was not thinking tsunamis. That's scary too. See, as much as I would love it to be beautiful and sunny like almost every day, and warm, even if it's not beautiful and sunny, just warm, I would not do well with the anxiety of those natural disasters impending. That's too much. It's too much for my anxious little heart. It's too much. I can't do it. What in the twisty are you twisted? There you go. Oh, how easy is it to get the thing? Oh my god, I have so many boxes under here! Why? Oh, crap. I'll have to play a little bit of Tetris, but I'll be able to cover the vent. It's a lot of warning for tsunamis and wildfires. Earthquakes are always there waiting and watching. I would be on edge about earthquakes, honestly. And all of that would be scary because I'm not familiar with evacuation techniques. I don't know how far you're supposed to go or where you're supposed to go, and it's not like I could be in any seek shelter place because I have the zoo. It's very, very nerve-wracking. Like, as much as I get sketched out by tornadoes, at least I know mostly as much as I can do to prepare for them. Everything else is the end of the world. Like, kind of literally. You know, a very, very big zoo. Jammas? I think you're jammas. Oh, my dad's beach bum shirt. Has a little ganta on the front. It's so faded. I remember when this shirt was brand new. That's funny. It's like really funny. For all the hoodies we put away, we now have to put away corresponding pants. The corresponding pants dance. Ah, I thought that fell. Thankfully, no. Stonk. I'm running out of gas. I don't want to friend the socks together and put them away. But we shall persevere. We shall finish. We can do it. We can do it. Tiny bit of rain happened today, and you saw 4 car accidents on the way home. Sheesh. I mean, I get it. If you're not used to that kind of weather, it's like sketchy, but I feel like part of being a good driver is knowing how to like interpret your environment whilst driving, even if it's unexpected weather. Like me driving to Vegas for the first time, for example. It was the first time I'd ever inclined, I mean, this isn't weather, but it's a different driving pattern that I'm used to, where there was like sharp inclines and signs that dictate what the incline is, or I don't know exactly what the details of it are, because I don't see that around here. I've only seen it a few times in my life. But I was able to look at the fucking signs and interpret that things are changing and I need to adapt my driving pattern. And do other people just not do that? Like, I don't know. I genuinely question, like, do people sometimes just live in, like, la, 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 land in their head? Like, I don't know. I'm not judging. I just don't understand. I just don't understand. There's a lot of laundry here, dogs rule. Good drivers are more rare than gold in this area. I'm so sorry. I feel for you. I feel for you deeply. I feel like people cosplay as good drivers here by just driving as aggressively and like sharply as possible. It's a lot of laundry. The regular tank top, heavy clothes, undies, stonk, stonks. Okay, into the main closet we go, kind of, ish, sort of. I'll try and put light back on for a little bit. We're almost done, believe it or not. Believe it or not. I don't know if I'm telling the truth or just trying to convince myself. But it's working. Oh, that's really bright. Jesus Christ. There we go. Slope signs. There we go. That's what they would be called. It's mostly for truckers. Most cars shouldn't have a problem. Well, you forget how fast that I drive. So when there's like a sharp incline, like going down, and then there's also a curve in the road, you really gotta be mindful of your speed. You can't be like ripping 90 through that. Is all I will say. That's all I'll say. It's more the closet atrium. I like that. The closet atrium. I'm here for it. Does kind of have that vibe though, honestly. It's like a little cigar shop. I don't think this is Bo Burnham, but this sounds like Bo Burnham. So you heard anyway. No, it's someone called Red Moon and someone called Johnny Rose. Not from Schitt's Creek, I would imagine. I started rewatching that with the Bean Man, and I've been watching it a little bit intermittently since. It's a cute show. I lost you guys for a minute. I lost you, but then I found you. Bottoms, bottoms, tops, bottoms, tops. It's a very sophisticated system, you know. Stonks and stockings. I ripped out all the basket of dog clothes. They're all over the floor. Looking for Pippi cosplay stuff. I'm being lazy. I'm not making the socks be friends. Basket can go over here. I have one more load of laundry to do, but I'm going to hold off on that until the weather clears again after Monday. I don't want to have to deal with crunch timing a basket of laundry tomorrow, and I don't necessarily need to. I have plenty of underwear and socks and t-shirts and certainly hoodies, as we've learned, to get me through any trying times. There's plenty. There's plenty. We are plentiful. Oh my goodness. I want to rewatch Schitt's Creek. It was good. It was very good. I liked it. I see all the comments, dogs rule. I'm all knowing. Just kidding. I'm not done being. I wonder if one day I'll ever put a cover on that light switch. I really do wonder. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. The world will never know. Could do a hoodie a day for a month. I could do it for 2 months. Considering merch and what's in the laundry, I'm sure we're well over 60 at that point, which is a little scary and quite humbling and sobering. Like, I knew it a lot of hoodies, but I didn't know it was that much. It's not bad. I just wouldn't say it's good. I have enough hoodies for like 10 of me. It makes me feel more guilty. Like, I'm affluent in hoodies, and most of the world, many of the world, much of the world is not. These need to go into place. I have a bunch of workout clothes, like literally never even opened because I don't even know.
in the past, I've just bought things and I just set them to the side. And it's like, I'll remember this when I want to use it. And then I don't use it. Because I don't remember I have it. I have to go through those and see what I like and what I don't, if there's anything I want to donate. For laundry. I don't know what I want to do with this. Where can this go? It can go up here. Dog walking pants. We're just going to set up here so they're right in sight, in mind. I'm going to poop on the nose. I'll give you a snout seeker. Boop. It's like a missile of a kiss. It's a snout seeker. But you gotta put your nose up to the screen. Some countries measure their wealth in goats, some in gold, some in hoodies. Club Cultia, Club Cultland, Serenatopia, Serenaville. Whatever my sovereign nation is, I think wealth is measured in hoodies. I think by that logic standard, I have enough hoodies to feel like I own like 10, at least 5 Belairs. In terms of feeling that fancy. Fancy. Fancy schmancy. Alright, one corner at a time. Little Jack Horner sat in the corner. Why has that been stuck in my head lately? That's such a random thing. Fancy. Fancy schmancy. Rogue sock. All dog clothes. Dogs have a lot of clothes. I don't know how I'm going to fit all of these in here, but somehow they all mostly fit in here. There's a hat. You go over there. Go over yonder. Shove it in, shove it in. That's how it fits. All of that way. Bloop. We're back up on a human level here. Look at us. Schmancy. Schmancy fancy. Squish this over here so it's like out of the way. Donation bag. Really trying to be so prepared if we gotta go downstairs. I really wish Ringo would go downstairs. That's so frustrating. Like in my soul, not like angry. This is a set. This is a pajama shirt. Merch. Official club cult. This can hang up. Put my shawl over my construction hoodie. Those two control over there. What is this? Is it stream top? Okay, walkable.
They're all rogue socks. They don't have friends again yet. I don't know if they'll ever have friends again. Annoying. I do think the other gray sock is gone, though. I think I remember it getting a huge hole in it. But Rango on a leash when he comes downstairs with lead? No, I've tried like everything to get him to walk downstairs. I've tried luring with treats. I've tried even using like the buzz setting, certainly not the shock setting because I'm not punishing anything. But the buzz setting is just like a vibration. I've tried using that to get him to go downstairs. I've tried literally walking down and like guiding him. It's the only thing I haven't tried now that I think about it is him and his harness. And he walks well like a backpack. So tomorrow, after walkie time, when he's like all zonked out and chill, maybe I'll try to get him downstairs with his harness on. I mean, like, to be fair, horses and bears aren't meant to use stairs, but safety first, my friend. It's scary. It's very scary. I do appreciate the mind leap idea with leading him, though. Because I've tried with just the leash, but maybe the harness will make a difference. He listens perfectly on his harness. He listens mostly on his leash. If things don't wrinkle, I don't fold them. I don't care. I just don't. They don't wrinkle, I'm not folding it. 2 things to hang up, and then we should be good in here, except for the vent that's open that I need to screw in the thing to. There's a hanger over here that I needed. Whoops. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Horses and bears just aren't meant to use stairs. Raid in Spain stays mainly on the plain. Diction lessons with Serena. Precisely. Precisely. He's just so stubborn. I don't know. That's the only thing he's stubborn with. He will do anything with me and for me, but he does not want to go down the stairs. It's unfamiliar. It's scary. I don't know. Maybe he has weird eyesight. Like it looks strange to him or something. He's like me and his depth perception is weird. I guess the stairs probably do look less intimidating when you're like at this level versus like looming over them. Okay, we're good. Garbage. That's up. There's cosplay stuff out, but it doesn't really matter. There's a garter. Cosplay stuff is in baskets. It's not anything anyone can get to. We're good in here. We are prepared. We are prepared. Yes. I don't know any AM stations. Only my dad listens to AM radio. Stairwell is pretty dark and spooky. Yeah, that too. It probably doesn't help that the overhead light is out. Serena looming. I never thought I'd see the day. You haven't seen me in tall enough shoes. That's the problem. Alright, now you can go back upstairs. What was the Botrix control? And I was gonna look something up when we went up too. I don't know what it was. I remember thinking though that's a good thing to weather. Tap back into. Don't be rude. Calm down. Take 5. Grab a glass of water. Go get a drinky. Take a tinky. Feel refreshed and revived again with the worldliness. It feels so good having an organized closet. It doesn't look organized, but it's organized. And it feels so good. Thank you guys for helping. I appreciate that very much. Very, very much. Oh, I love when they're all up on the tree. I mean, that's not everyone, but Slavka, Kid, and Void. Void always looks a little confused about the tree. She's still figuring it out. The validity of the tree. She's like, I can be up here, but I don't know how to be up here. She's so pretty. Little mama. You graduated to Little Mama from Charlie's nickname. She's such a pretty girl. Her and Gigi look the same, except Gigi's face, instead of being like, Gigi looks mad, like all the time. She has a mad face. Oh, Slavka Jolly. You're gonna jump on Kid. You're so rude. Kid puts up with so much from his bitches. Oh my god. Hi, Void. Hey, what about me? What about me, 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 me? Mimi head. Hi, Slavka. Oh, see when Void or when Slavka meows like that, Void comes down to see like what's going on with her too. She gets concerned about her. She's adopted Slavka, and Slavka's been a lot nicer to everyone. I think she needed a mommy. They're such good friends. And Slavka just hits her, and Void is just like, oh god, come on. But she doesn't react. Sweet girls. It's your mommy and your baby. Alright, I will be right back down with you in a little bit, my loves. I will. Excuse me, it's not uppy time yet. Uppy time is for after dinner. It's doggy time right now. It's doggy time. It's doggy time. We gotta make sure we're fair for everybody. I think I could trust Ty around the cats. I just don't want to assume, but I can. He's a good boy. He's a little shadow surfer. He's very sweet. He's a good puppy. Pibby picked out a good boyfriend. She likes him. She's very motivated to follow him everywhere. It's very cool. She likes him a lot. Oh, I can turn off this light. It doesn't need to be on. It's a waste of power. The world is expensive enough. There he goes. I'm predicting that took about an hour. I'm curious what it actually took. I feel like 3 loads of laundry fully organized is like at least an hour's worth. Yeah, it was about an hour. I think it was close to 1 when we went down. You guys did such good work. Thank you. Void does look guilty up in the tree. She looks uncertain. Let me flip us back over here. Put music back on here. Put us back to the maiden control station. There we go. I forgot I left us super tall. Bloop, 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 bloop. Back down we are. What is the weather going to do? I get anxious looking at this by myself, so I make you guys look when there's bad weather. I have more of an element of personal control on stream than in my own times. Wethner. Just kidding. I didn't make a typo. You guys saw nothing. Oh, my volume was echoing. I'm sorry. That was my bad. I forgot to turn off the Go Cam. I'm tired girl hours. Where's my browser? There. We made it back! Alright, at the most terrifying have a mentee be before bed. Let's remod Botrix. Botrix has been added as a moderator. Do things work again? I'm sure everything is going to be broken again. I might have to go in manually. Now he might work. Yep. You have to toggle him back on. He's alive again. Hopefully he won't give us another mentee bee. Ideally. That was concerning. It was very concerning. Alright. What is all of the is? It's dark in here. It feels sleepy. That's better. Here you go, the secret passphrase to get on Botrix's bad side. Botrix was all bad sides tonight. That was brutal. That was overwhelming. Quarter weekend ahead.
Dry for the weekend. By Monday, we're going to be in for rain and storms, and some storms could go strong to severe. It is looking pretty likely.
Don't say that about Botrix. You can fix him. He's fucking getting neutered after tonight. Calling the clinic. He's done. He's done with his dominant traits and trotting around like he owns the place. He's done pissing on my stream.
Back into the lower and middle 60s, so warmer than today. And then Monday, we have that severe storm threat as we're going to see a potent area of low pressure rip through the area, creating some
I don't
heavy
want bad
rainfall
weather.
and some storms. So this is going to be for Monday. We're under that weather alert for that severe storm threat. So here's a look at your hour-by-hour futurecast, pinpointing out what is yet to come our way for Monday. For the morning hours, a few rain showers will start to roll through, but by 2 p.m., that's when we're really going to start to see.
That's my settle into nap time.
They're coming our way. Heavy rounds of rainfall. You can see right here some oranges and reds popping.
I have a feeling at the very least the power will go out if I don't see you guys on Monday.
Then we're going to be monitoring a squall line develop, and that is going to be rolling through the region closer to about dinner time, 7, 8 o'clock, cutting through the city of Chicago, continuing to move off towards the west and northwest Indiana.
Heard something that the Bears may get a new stadium in the Aurora area. That's where Snoop came from. Aurora Animal Control. I was ripping up newspaper because Voya had to use newspaper and potty pads while he was still here before he went to the hospital. And I saw something about the Chicago Bears going to Indiana. So we've heard two very different things. Reminded of a Futurama quote. You can't chop it off in ten. And so that's a little bender you're talking about. I remember that scene. That's a cute little pee-pee joke. Now I'm curious. I mean, I think the newspaper was from like earlier this year, but Bears embarked on a new era, and that's February 2023. I almost wrote 2016. It might be a temporary move. That's possible. Oh, in Arlington Heights. Lawmakers now look to the Senate to gather enough support to keep the team from relocating to Indiana. So we have 2 baseball teams, but sure, take our 1 football team. Like, this is a government issue. The world is so fucking stupid. You gotta laugh. Oh my god. No, it's okay. I mean, they're both like northish from the suburbs.
For that. But Monday, most of us under a level 3 out of 5 on the risk scale. This is for I-90 points west. All weather hazards are on the table for Monday.
They'll probably do well in Arlington Heights. Arlington Heights is a very affluent area.
Large hailstones, and we can't rule out having flooding either. We could be talking about a half an inch.
The large hail is a bit concerning too.
Of rainfall from the system.
I felt so bad. We had a flash storm. Oh god, like a month and a half ago, and I was walking the dogs, and poor Diesel got hailed on. I mean, it didn't like hurt because I got hailed on too, but I felt bad. Diesel doesn't dislike the rain, but he like kind of does little flinches when big drops fall on him. He's like, oh, well, there's something falling from the sky and it shouldn't be on me. He's silly like that. But I felt so bad. I felt so bad. Honestly, it would have been a better addition to the Aurora area. They're very, like, touristy, but, like, they're set up to be touristy, but not actually frequented in a touristy way. Welcome, waifu. Soft hail happened here last week. It was wild. Sheesh. It's certainly a bit shocking every time it happens. I don't know. It doesn't happen very frequently, but I get kind of on edge when it's happening.
That's just going to be adding insult to injury on top of all the rainfall that we already received this month. That happens to be over 6 inches.
Some pumps are going to be working overtime.
Of April is 3.7.
Overtime!
Adding on to that. Right now, though, temperatures are in the 40s tonight. Areas of fog developing. A low temperature of 44 degrees tonight. 64 for the high temperature tomorrow. Again, it is going to be cooler for our lakeshore communities with temperatures in the 60s.
It's been a decent night. You got my closet all organized, which I appreciate. Feels good to have a tidy closet. I hope the night's been kind to you. Some pumps. No, we want all the sump pumps. All the pumps, not some, all. All. I feel for you, waifu. We don't need that for the weekend. We don't need that kind of negativity in our lives. Tell all that mess to kick rocks. Kick rocks. What you got to say, Fox? Some pumps, exactly. Exactly.
This bumps up a little bit further north. This is going to be in a very familiar area, the Midwest. They've been getting hit pretty hard over the past couple of weeks when it comes to severe weather.
Are there rules for your Snap, or what do you use it for? My Snap is a mirror of my OF, so it has the same content, but it's a little easier to message me over there. Where did... Oh, I left this over here. I have a couple other things to set up, so I'm still working on a new sub-menu. My premium Snap is 15 subs. 15 sub-rules! That's for lifetime access. Unless you're a dick. And then you get blocked. So don't be a dick. Oh, I'm grateful it's just the closet and not the night then. That gives me relief. My closet is usually a mess. Leaving it to a stream task has allowed me to maintain it, which I appreciate. The KC Chiefs got $3 billion for a new stadium from the Kansas government to move from KC, Missouri, all across to KC, Kansas. That makes sense, but it doesn't. Like, not the way you explained it, but in general of how they did it. It makes sense, but it doesn't. That's kind of ridiculous. That's a lot of money that could have been used for dogs or cats in shelters instead. Go world. Professional sports shouldn't be subsidized. I would agree with that.
That's going to be a real threat for the Midwest.
It's not necessary. It's not necessary.
Now, supercells.
That's how the world works.
This is where that high potential will be. Right now, again, we're a couple days away from this still, so the forecast is going to be changing as we get into the nitty-gritty details and get closer and closer. But for right now, a major area for concern into Missouri, into Illinois, we have a very high chance of seeing some rotation.
Like, that's not here, but depending on how everything actually moves, it could be here.
So far out. So looking back at this week, if you
Scared.
were following us throughout
No,
the
I'm not.
week,
I'm
so you may
prepared,
have
but
remembered on Monday we had that severe threat, or excuse me, on Tuesday we had the severe threat.
Cautious.
Monday, kind of pointing out a little bit further south. It was Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee that was in the line of fire, but it's moved up quite a bit towards the north thanks to that low pressure system, thanks to that front that's moving up towards the north rather than a little bit more to the east. That's where we have that level 3 out of 5. I would not be surprised if we end up seeing a level 4 out of 5 getting issued throughout the country in some zone throughout the next couple of hours, maybe even moving into tomorrow. So we'll have to watch out for that. But this is a spot, this is a zone just getting hit hard constantly with severe weather. I mean, 1,500 storm reports since last Friday, since April 17th. Just really cannot.
Here I am thinking like the last 3 years have been really shit. They're like, no, recently.
So we had a level 3 out of 5. Let's take a closer look into some of those cities. Chicago, right on the fringes of that level 3. Indianapolis also on the fringes there. St. Louis, you're right in the bullseye for that.
I feel like Indianapolis is more at risk than we are up here, but
severe threat, that level 3 out of 5.
you never know which way the wind moves.
Tornadoes,
It's
heavy
nerve-wracking.
rain, gusty winds, the whole shebang. Now, moving into the rest of your Sunday, that's when we have those storms.
I just want
starting
to
off
be
in the morning
prepared.
hours, okay, so we have the overnight showers and storms, maybe a couple of those trying to become strong to severe, moving through. That's not the severe threat though.
Easy.
It's going to be moving into your 4
Why do they choose pink as the extreme color? You know, I remember questioning that when I was a kid. I think when we were looking at snowstorms.
It becomes a little bit more linear as it moves throughout the Midwest and also into Ohio, Michigan.
It seems like such a nice and friendly color, but no, it means danger. Danger, Will Robinson.
That we're going to be watching out for. So that's even moving into your Monday. Still days away, so we're going to keep a very close eye on that as we move into the next couple of days here.
Did I save whatever the stupid reel that I saw was that gave me the fear of God? How do you look at saved reels? Saved. I watched it at like 4 a.m. And I'd like to think that I saved it. Because I don't think I took in all of the information. I don't think I saved it. Oh, that's posts. Nope. Good job, Serena. Good job. I don't think there's anything live. No.
We are already watching an enhanced risk for severe storms this Monday.
I only know just plain river.
For much of the area, getting right into it, you can see the orange area
Like
that
right
is
there,
enhanced
so
level
I
3
think
out
it'll
of
be
5
okay.
risk for the area that's relatively high, especially for day 3. The red box is very generally
Unicorns are
where I
dangerous.
cover actually the cutoff. I don't cover Minnesota.
One goes
It's a very
to
generalized idea of
Give you the boot scoot boogie like Ringo does. Absolutely.
Specifically would be a whole lot more than
I
down
wish he
box,
wouldn't do
but
that. He's gonna flip me over like a horse one day.
there is a flight risk. That's the yellow area.
I'm just doing
or
stuff and he'll
areas
come
in
up
the
behind me.
City of Chicago, but very on the
And
corner of
he's
that
gonna tip me
expressway.
forward.
So you might see that upgrade. The Storm Prediction Center has said that all hazards, which is tornadoes, wind, and hail, all possible with this system. Let's look into a bit more specific.
Plug this back
for
in.
Currently, day 3 is a little far out, but I think we can get a general idea of what. So I wanted to start off at Monday.
His
at around,
echoing is bothering me.
This is 4 p.m.
I'm being a big baby.
You can see that there is this low pressure system right here causing those storms to begin to form.
Makes me feel like I'm in an alternate universe with level of tired plus voice.
You know, arrival at
To be
this
fair,
point
I have
is
horrible
very
audio
general and
control, so
not
I can't
accurate,
complain.
But it would hit
Can't
around
complain.
central Illinois.
It's chilly up here. I'm leaving my robe on.
1 p.m.
The chair is rotating of its own
and
accord.
move into the
Goodbye,
4
I
p.m.
suppose.
For Chicago, you can see it's a very
Hello.
overall generalized
Hello. You
graph
say goodbye,
as to what we're
and I
seeing.
say hello, hello,
Looking at our
hello.
peak, that's the convective available potential
Don't
energy
know why I'm
instability.
saying goodbye, you say hello.
Chicago doesn't really have that much, which is why I'd say
This is
right
gonna
now
be
the threat
annoying.
is generally here. So Chicago might actually see a downgrade. But this model will, eventually
I mean, I talk slow, but he's
have to
talking
get
slow.
a couple adjustments. Going into the more unstable instability, it doesn't change very much.
Audio with an echo is hard to listen to.
So there's
Yeah, it
that.
is. I feel bad that I'm subjecting you guys to this as well, but I feel like there might be some kind of good information here.
Already, so I don't exactly know where they're getting the severe threat from. But as of right now, the GFS model is not.
Do you like that
really
song
looking
too, The Mad
on
Topher?
those severe storms. However, as we get closer, we're going to get far better models. I'm going to start introducing the
It's
Rufus
fun
model
to
that's
sing
the
along to.
unified model system that they're introducing. So something
It's
to
a
keep
nice
an eye
one.
on
It's beautiful.
as we go through. I'll post shorts tomorrow.
I don't know
on the
who it's
side
by
briefing
or what it's even called,
most likely
but I like it.
tomorrow. Overall, precipitation by the end of the day on Tuesday.
Jeez, now I know what it's like to watch my stream. Good God.
Tuesday at 7 a.m. Chicago, 2.2 inches near O'Hare, 1.9. So either way, this storm is going to cause flooding, whether it does severe in this area. You're going to see a lot of flooding. And actually looking overall at how much rainfall we're going to see in the next 16 days, you will see Chicago doesn't exactly change. Other areas will see a little bit more as we move through into the days. Looking at overall, again, Monday, temperature-wise, it is going to cool off. Temperature-wise, as soon as it puts in, generally it's in the low 70s. Low 70s. Some areas will see low 60s, and then it cools off, and you're going to see cooler temperatures into the 30s possibly on May 1st. You're going to see that warm up, I would say, around May.
It's not even a fair comparison to your stream. He isn't even wearing a bikini.
You might see
Now,
it
what's
on
wrong
May
with him?
6th.
Why isn't he wearing
Early
one?
model showed May 5th. Definitely on the 7th. This is a very far out model though.
You're just in terms
So
of like,
something
oh no,
to
this broke.
watch.
Oh no, this
Looking
reset.
right at the
Oh, my
information from the
audio.
National Weather Service in Chicago, they're also repeating that enhanced risk. What we do know is
Having
that
a
there's growing concern
another
about
very humbling moment.
GFS not as much as rain as it did. That could be an outlier, so we'll keep you posted. What's still uncertain is the relative locations. That's also what GFS is showing more west of Chicago. Stay up to date. The river rising and flooding threat again continues on Monday.
Not worried
We
about
do know
flooding.
it's
I'm
about
just
flooding
worried about
sugar,
big
wind
hail
action, or flood
and
stage,
tornadoes.
rainfall is going to lead to those levels.
Hey,
But
thank you for
once
the
again,
follow.
we still don't
Welcome
exactly
to
know where
the
the
club.
rainfall is. That was just the
Welcome to the
GFS
cult.
very general
It
showing up
is
16 kilometers
whatever you want it to be, baby.
20 miles.
It's a choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight.
Because it's a very low resolution model. They are expected to, however, upgrade that in October, so we'll get better models as the year continues. Pattern change next week, as I was saying again with those cooler temperatures. The end of this month through at least May 4th, we're expecting below normal temperatures.
We're about
Levels
a
issued
quarter-ish
yesterday
the way
are showing
through
that
our
likely to continue
next
throughout
cosplay goal.
mid-May.
Maybe we'll do
This
Kill Bill.
is actually very similar to if you have been with me since the
It's
start.
been a while since I've
Last
worn
year,
that.
we
That would be
saw
fun.
that continuing again, and then their general 6-day
Ow!
outlook shows that
I goofed up my
cooling
chair.
off, but still in the 60s, so not horrible. Just something to keep an eye on. Thank you so much for watching until the end of this video. Please consider subscribing, liking, sharing this update. Again, severe weather. Still some concerns on where exactly
Little
that's
junior
gonna be.
Tom Skilling.
Subscribe. We are already watching.
The title and the preview looks so good.
Always tracking, always alerting. This is Storm Team 8.
Well, we've been creating
Calm
sunshine
down.
today. Not the case for most of the rest of Michigan, but as you look out at Storm Track Live tonight, you can see some of the cloud cover has been clearing out. We're tracking a system to our west that will
The last one I'm gonna watch, and then I think we're gonna hit the Hay Club Gold.
Time, our rain chances are set to increase. So for now, we're expecting mostly clear skies to continue overnight and into the day tomorrow. Here's a look at temperatures right now. It's 51.
Thought that
degrees
meant
in Grand
snow
Rapids,
at
52
first.
in Kalamazoo. It is cooler to the south and west. 41 in Benton Harbor.
No,
45 in
not
South
that
Haven,
too.
47 right now in Mount Pleasant. For the Kalamazoo
Please.
Marathon tomorrow, we are tracking overall not bad running weather. Temperatures in the low 40s to start, up to about 50 later in the morning, with mostly sunny.
Oh, marathon. I'm like, where the fuck is Kalamazoo? Yeah, it's time for bed.
65 at forecasted high for tomorrow in Grand Rapids, 65 or 66. 67 in Kalamazoo, Muskegon, close to 70 degrees possible.
Oh wait, is this
overall beautiful day? We'll
Michigan weather?
High level clouds, but I think it'll be the clouds where the sun.
I don't think this is for Illinois. Is that all that is all? I don't care about the news. Is that just weather now? Oh, it's such a cute little... This was a stream I would well, I guess it is. It's a stream on YouTube. If I knew how to subscribe to streams on YouTube, I would. It's cute. What does it look like outside right now? Where are we, Club Gold? I have no idea in terms of direction. We're in the darkness. We're always in the darkness. The weather in Chicago, Michigan. Shut up. What does the big side of the screen say?
This is the canoeing version of off-roading.
It is. I never had a four-wheeler, so I never needed one.
As we made our way back to land, we were able to truly appreciate just how serene and peaceful this national park really is.
There's a little thing on the side.
All right, Andy. It looks
I
like
don't
we've
care what the canoeing people are doing.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, of course. I'm glad to show you off the park. Hopefully this is Land's favorite way of seeing the park. I think my favorite. It's kind of the best way to observe everything there is to offer here.
Oh!
Well, you made it even more magical, so thank you.
I dropped us. I didn't think that would happen. It was not a part of my considerations.
Behind the scenes, we kept chatting about
I don't care about Dallas or OKC or Kansas. Come on.
what didn't happen because we really did not have a good plan. But right after we got out, this guy showed up.
Give me more locations. Earthquake! Right. Go outside and jump so we can see you in the high rise.
Actually, an alligator.
Oh my god.
You could find in this lake. You can also see snapping turtles.
Could not pay me enough to live in a high rise.
This color is because
Not even because of the dogs. I don't want to be up that high. I'm not really afraid of heights, but they make me uncomfortable. Welcome, Bronson. I hope you're having a good night so far. Earthquake!
that is as close as we wanted to get to that gator. So we hopped back onto the boardwalk to go see possibly the largest attraction.
I don't think it's gonna show me what I want to see. I guess I just have to watch the weather tomorrow in the morning when we have more predictions.
The American Forestry Association established the
Not afraid of heights, it's the widths I'm afraid of.
in the United States. Any tree on this list is considered a champion.
Oh my goodness.
Congress is
It's just showing the same two places over and over again. I thought that was going to be worthy. Oh no, now that's all hidden on the side of my screen. Okay, it came back. That was scary. That was worrisome. That was very worrisome. Don't fall again, please. Oh, Gunther and Zeke are in bed. They're waiting for snugglies. They be waiting for the snugglies. Be raining in Dallas and Arkansas. Is this a real video or something like AI manufactured? I think it's AI manufactured. The fire looks too consistently the same. It's not real. Been cool if it was though. For Batavia, Illinois. My dad's long-term girlfriend's mom lived there. I don't remember where that was, but I remember it was a long drive. Okay, I give up. Bed. Bed. We have bed head unlocked. Now we just must unlock bed. Zeke is a power napper. He has been snoozing quite a bit. I'm not too concerned about that. I'm being mindful of it. But he has been napping a lot more. But he's napping out in the open, which is good. His favorite playtime, though, instead of like the 2 a.m. zoomies, is like the 2 p.m. zoomies, which is when I was trying to film today, and he was just meow, 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 meow. And Peewee was doing the same, and that was so wonderful. He gets really active in the afternoon. I wonder if how long he was in the shelter and like the comings and goings of humans and human schedule. And being subject to only a certain amount of space within the human schedule. I wonder if he's not really nocturnal anymore, like most cats are. Or at least crepuscular. He's not another hoodie. He's a real cat. He's a real cat. He's a real boy. He's a real boy. I will bother him for scientific purposes. Oh, I'm stiff now. Bending a lot in the closet, even though it wasn't that much, is like, He is a power napper. He's very, very chill at night. I am trying to be mindful of how much he naps. I don't know. I feel like I knew a lot about FIV, and I'm not ready to talk about any of this, so I'm going to be as vague as possible. I feel like I knew a lot about FIV, but I need to be a lot more mindful of the signs of an immune system not behaving as it should. So I am being very, very mindful and watchful that he has consistent habits. But I think he's doing okay. He has good litter box habits. He eats good. He drinks good. He's feeling good otherwise. I think that's just his schedule. But he's always kind of been like that. But at the same time, I think, you know, like how periods sync? I think he kind of synced up to Voya and Gunther's energy. And we had a different timeline for a while. But now is his... How many months here? It's been, I think, about 6 months he's been here. October, November, December, January, February... October, November, December, January, February, March, April. It's been 7 months. So I think he's truly at his, like, normal self now. He's not a wooden cat. No, he's not. He's a real boy. He's a real boy. But he very much gets his zoomies in his playtime around, like, 2, 3 p.m. And that's when he's howling and yowling and wants everything in the world. And I'm trying to settle for the day, and he wants his toy time. And it's... Oh, man, what do we do? Why is everything so expensive now? not fair. It's not fair. I honestly, genuinely think the only thing that has stayed price consistent is tofu. I was at the gas pump the other day, and I haven't looked at the price of diesel in forever. Diesel is fucking 5 something, which is insane. I have never seen diesel hover anything between like 320 to like 360. That's crazy. I feel like that's a bad sign for the world. Like watching Die Hard and seeing gas prices under $1. Oh my god. That would be nice. Those were the good old days. I remember when gas was about $1.25, $1.50. Because I remember my dad filling up the tank then and saying, you know, back in my day, gas was only blah, 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 blah. Oh my god. I'm a little bit shocked, though. I feel like gas prices right now are similar to, and I don't know what happened in the world then because I was too busy being a degen, but in, let me think, around 2011? 2010 or 2011, gas prices are similar to what they are now, which is wild. I don't quite understand that. I'm confused about what happened in the timeline there compared to now. And also in terms of just what is happening in the world. Costco hot dog final boss. It's on 99 cents during COVID. That is a beautiful act of charity, and I wish I would have seen that. Even if you only need like 0.2 of a gallon, please tell me you filled up. Father TV would have a lot to say about gas prices here between 5 and 6. He would probably say he would walk everywhere. He would sell his car. Oh my god. My dad is stubborn with his scruples. Worked all through COVID. That's a rough time, man. That was quite a period in the world. I was thinking earlier, and I don't even know how I got into this train of thought. I didn't shower yet, but I had shower thoughts. And I was thinking to myself, coming out of the world of COVID in the world is like the same way that we now operate in airports post 9/11. Like that happened and everything restructured. And COVID happened, and of course the world entirely restructured. It went back to the way it was in some ways, but mostly in altered ways. I think that's a pretty apt comparison. I was thinking about that a lot. I don't know how I got into that internal monologue. I talk to myself all day long. I was thinking about how similar that is. Everything truly changed overnight. I don't know why, but that feels good. I napped weird earlier with Tank. I was super snuggling with him. And I don't know which way I cricked my neck, but it hurts more to move it this way than the other way. And bars and restaurants reopened, people forgot how to act. They sure did. That's why there's all those signs everywhere, like, be nice to employees, don't use crass language. The person serving you is also loved by others. I shouldn't laugh at that, but like we shouldn't need a reminder for that to just be a decent person, but so it is. So I was a bit of a germaphobe before, kind of doubled down on it now. I would say I'm a lot more cautious than I used to be. I used to just be mindful, and now I kind of treat myself with the same level of like sanitization as I do with the zoo, which is like hospital grade. Try to be very careful. I was like a rebellious anti-germaphobe because my dad is pretty germaphobe. So I kind of just told myself, you know, God made dirt and dirt don't hurt, and tried to, you know, not be too crazy about it. But now I wouldn't say I'm crazy about it, but I'm much more cautious than I used to be. Like I am going to wash my hands every time I come home from the grocery store instead of just mostly every time. Please don't criticize the coffee. You made me be old and weak yourself one day. Oh, That's like so true, but so sad, but so humbling. Those are wise words of wisdom for the night. Mad Topher wins the closing argument. Oh. I mean, in Coffee's defense, though, I would still drink the cold and weak. I would still love it. Giga immune system. I wish I had a Giga immune system. That would be nice. My immune system sucks. It says function? No thank you. That's okay. I don't have to. We're good. You can handle it. And meanwhile, my body's just like, no, I can't. Everything's on fire. This is fine. This is fine. I took my nail polish today, and I'm debating if I want to leave my nails longer and paint them, or if I want to try these little cutie things. Would it be boring if I did nails on stream? I might another night. Tonight, we feed the zoo and go bed, Club Cult. Thank you all for a wonderful evening. Thank you for your time, thank you for your chats, thank you for your support, and thank you for being your wonderful selves. And thank you for helping me with the closet. I really appreciate that. I'm sure that's not the most fun thing in the world, but it benefits me tremendously. So, thank you. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Thank you for being troopers through it. But more than anything, thank you for your time. Your time is very valuable, and whether it's for 2 seconds, 2 minutes, 2 hours, if I don't see you again for 2 years, when our times collide, it is beautiful, magical, amazing, and wonderful. I appreciate you, Bebs, immensely. Immensely. Ladies who did your mani-pedi put way too much gel on and it's peeling now. Oh, God. Oh, God. I feel like that's what happened when I ended up ripping my nail off, which thankfully it didn't rip as severely as I thought at first, and it's like all grown back now. We're A-okay. But that was awful. I feel like it was an imbalance of products. Be careful. Be careful, please. Oh, I hope you get some good sleep too, Cygenix. Thank you. I think I'm going to take a sleeping pill tonight because I need to, like, actually sleep. Not... When I slept with Tank earlier, I just went in and out of sleep. Like, to where it doesn't feel like you slept at all. And you remember, like, the TV that you heard, but you know that you must have fell asleep at some point. So I'm sure I went in and out of sleep, and this morning I didn't have restful sleep at all. So I think I need to take a sleeping pill, and if that means I sleep until 9 in the morning, because it'll take about an hour to feed the zoo, and then about a half hour to do dinner, and then a half hour to settle. So like 2 hours from now is 4:41. So if I put my head down by around 5, I should be able to sleep through 9, and that should be good. I don't know the first word, but thank you, my friend. I appreciate you, Zah. Thank you for being here tonight, the Mad Topher. I appreciate you. Thank you, BB Booze. Now that Botrix seems to be behaving again and is back online. That was so fucked earlier. I'm so sorry. That was not meant to be personal. That felt so personal, but it was not meant to be. If you guys want to keep up with me offline, hop into the Disky Boo. Otherwise, we got the fun stuff. The socials. Some more fun stuff. The sketch for when I will see you Bebs next. And thank you for all being a part of the Stream the Dreams project. Currently a bit's on holds, but the concept we shall carry with us as we move forward. And thank you all for your support with Mr. Voya Bean. Appreciate you, Bebs, very, very much. And thank you for being your wonderful selves. I shall see you all for the next one, but until then, do me one favor and do not forget that you are wonderful, amazing, incredible, spectacular, kind, absolutely gorgeous. All the good things in the world, and oh so marvelous. Take those compliments and put them into your back pockets, your fancy robe pockets. I don't know where all my pockets are going on here. Into your shirt pocket, floating in suspended animation, wherever it needs to go until I see you next, you sweet babos. Have a beautiful rest of your night. Have a beautiful rest of your weekend if I don't see you. Get the most sweet dreams tonight. Get some good eats in ya. I shall see you all soon. Thank you for everything. Good nighty night, Club Cult. Good night, tonight.